Whenever you're ready.
All right.
2017 CR 1505, State of Texas versus Otis McKane. Present in the courtroom are, for the state,
Tamara Strauss, Mario Del Prado, and Jessica Schultz, ready for the state.
defense,
Four players, Raymond Fuchs and Daniel Gachon for the defense, Your Honor.
and the defendant is also present in the courtroom, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the jury is not yet in the courtroom. You guys wanted to bring something up on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Since our first witness will be discussing the search of the defendant's home, we would like to tender a copy of the search warrant to the court for review under State's Exhibit 267. And we would like to admit it for purposes of the hearing in regards to the sufficiency of the search warrant.
Okay. All right.
Yes, Your Honor. As soon as the court finds that under the four corners rule it's sufficient, the evidence is admissible without mentioning the search warrant in the presence of the jury.
Okay. So, you want to bring in the jury, or you want to? It'll take me a moment to look at this.
Oh, wait, just a
You can just do that first.
Right now? Yeah, give us just a second.
We got to mention the search warrant.
Yeah, this is what we
Because otherwise you
discussed.
get a charge to the jury that it was an illegal search.
Yeah.
That's pursuant to a warrant.
Okay, well, regardless, we are not agreeing to not mention the existence of a search warrant in front of the jury.
You are not agreeing, or you're agreeing?
We're not agreeing, no, because the jury, we're not going to mention the contents of it, but we are going to mention the existence of it.
That's pursuant to a search.
All right, the court's examined State's Exhibit 267, which include the affidavit for search warrant and the search warrant itself. The court finds within the four corners of the search warrant that it is valid. Anything else?
No, Your Honor. We are requesting that the search warrant not be mentioned. If it is mentioned, the state is saying that they'll only ask pursuant to a search warrant, did you do this without getting into the contents of the search warrant?
That's correct, John. That's our intent.
Okay. All right, let's bring in the jury.
All rise for the jury. May be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. It's good to see each one of you this morning. Ready to begin the day. State, you can call your first witness.
Your Honor, before we call our first witness, the state would like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 179, which is the full copy of the San Antonio Housing Authority business records accompanied by an affidavit which was filed more than 14 days prior to trial. And it's full copies of the Christian Field's Saha records as well as Otis McKane's Saha records. And the records have been tendered to defense, or at least in my hearing.
79, our objection at this time would be just hearsay. If they meet the business records portion of it, but it still needs authentication, and it still has hearsay within it, Your Honor. So those would be the objections at this time. The court may want to review it before admitting it.
All right, is it something that I can review while the witness is, or do I need to review it beforehand?
You can review it now, Your Honor, but as far as authentication is concerned, it's been authenticated under the rule. They didn't object. It's been on file for more than 14 days. And as far as the hearsay, it's necessarily the business records, the lease agreements with these people. That's why we have a business records exception. So, but yeah, we have no objection to the court reviewing it.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Are you able to call the witness, or are you going to wait for me?
No, Your Honor, we can call the witness. State would call Eric Roberson.
I'm going to swear you in, all right? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can adjust the microphone. If you can introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Eric Robertson, spelled EricRoberson.
All right, state.
Good morning. Can you please tell us how you're employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator for SAPD.
And how long have you been a crime scene investigator with the San Antonio Police Department?
11 years.
And during that time, what type of training have you received to be a crime scene investigator?
We go through a 400-hour training course right when we're hired, and then various trainings throughout our career.
Like, considering what type of training?
Over various aspects of our job. Just depends on everything. The 400-hour course is everything that we're going to learn out in the field and have to do out in the field.
And back on 11/21, were you asked by the lead investigator in the capital murder of Benjamin Marconi to conduct a search subject to a search warrant back on November 21st of 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you proceed to conduct that search warrant?
Do you have a copy of my report? I'm not familiar with exactly the address.
May I approach?
Yes.
Here's a full copy of the report. So can you please tell us what address did you go to search?
1236 Lombrano Street.
All right. And so what is the first thing you do when you arrive at 1236 Lombrano back on November 21st, 2016?
The scene is secured prior to our arrival. We go in and photograph the scene as is, make sure, as nothing is disturbed, and then conduct a search from there.
All right. And so did you also photograph,
I didn't do the photographs at this scene, no ma'am.
but you were present when the photographs were taken?
Yes ma'am.
On that day. I'm going to present you a series of photographs. May I approach?
Yes.
State's Exhibits 268 through 302 inclusive. If you could look these over.
all the witnesses doing that. The court examined State's Exhibit 179. Will overrule the objections and admit it as a business records exception to the hearsay rule.
Those are the accurate photographs of the house that day.
So that accurately portrays the 1236 Lambrano back when you were present and searched it on November 21st, 2016.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, State would offer into evidence State's Exhibits 268 or 302 inclusive. And the search warrant you were searching pursuant to, was that for 1236 Lambrano?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that here in San Antonio, Texas, Bexar County?
Yes, ma'am.
So along with photographing, I know it wasn't you that took the photographs, what other tasks did you perform at 1236 Lambrano?
I collected identified items of evidence.
What types of evidence did you collect?
Clothing, phones, shoes. Maybe collected a bullet as well, a live bullet.
Your Honor, with regards to 268 and 302, we have no objections.
All right, they're admitted.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
And looking at State's Exhibit 268, is that the location you searched, 1236 Lambrano?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you went to search, were you made aware of who lived at that residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And who lived at that residence?
Otis McKane.
And looking at 270, what are we looking at here?
Was a black Spurs hat on the couch.
And why were you taking photographs of that?
We were told that the suspect was wearing a Spurs hat at the time.
And 269?
It was a close-up view of the same Spurs hat.
And looking at State's Exhibit 272, what do we see here?
Mitsubishi tires and wheels.
And we know it's a Mitsubishi because we can see the emblem, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you find that wheel?
I believe those are in the closet. Looks like.
All right. And State's Exhibit 275, what are we looking at here?
There was a box of miscellaneous documents that had custody paperwork, child support paperwork inside.
Did it have other things inside?
I'm sure. I don't remember what they were though.
Okay. I'm going to, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 303. I'm gonna get you some scissors. If you would please look at this. Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize it?
It's an item of evidence that I collected from the apartment, from the house.
And what does it contain?
Child support custody documents.
Okay, if you would please open it and check inside. If it's in the same state as you collected it back on November 21st from 1236 Lambrano Street. Do you mind flipping through there? And these are all the items that we can see depicted in State's Exhibit 275.
Yes, ma'am.
So is that the contents of the box
Yes, ma'am.
in State's Exhibit 304 that you collected
Yes, ma'am.
from 1236 Lambrano?
Yes.
And it's in the same state as it was when you collected it back on that day?
Yes.
At this time, State would offer into evidence State's Exhibit 304. Three. I said three? 30. Oh, it's 303. And its contents. State's Exhibit 303 has various documents you collected from the residents at 1236 Lombrano. As you flipped through this, who did you see these documents belong to?
Otis McKane.
Right? And what type of things were they pertaining to?
Child support, family court, child custody, stuff like that.
Such as a picture of State's Exhibit 281, one of the items within State's Exhibit 303. You can see findings regarding medical support and child support obligations. The payee to be Otis McKane, and it says he's obligated to pay $113.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also proceed through the apartment to collect other items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
In 282, do we see anything here that you collected?
It's hard to tell, really.
Okay. What about in 283, State's Exhibit 283?
A pair of black shoes on the floor,
Okay, and what about here? What do we see back here?
and the pair of black boots, rubber boots.
All right. And where are these found?
It looks like the bedroom.
And another picture closer at 284.
That's a better picture of the black boots.
All right. And did you physically collect those black boots?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 304?
Yes, ma'am. That is the package that I packaged the black boots in.
And how do you recognize it?
It has my initials and badge and the date that I signed, everything.
Okay, will you please open that for us and take a look inside? Not yet. So are these boots in the same condition as when you collected them back on November 21st, 2016 from 1236 Lombrano, the home of Otis McKane?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, State would offer into evidence State's Exhibit 304.
All right, just look at the rack.
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Or it's admitted?
Can you please take State's Exhibit 304 out of the box and display them to the jury, please? And State's 304 is a pair of rubber work boots,
Yes, ma'am.
and I can't tell the size, but
I have 12 on my report. So.
So size 12 men's work boots
Yes, ma'am.
in black rubber. All right, thank you. If you put them back in the box. And it states Exhibit 287. It looks like a picture of several Nike shoe boxes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that photograph taken?
I believe that was in the bedroom as well.
And we look at 288, which is a backpack.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you look, you referenced, what's your report? Did you find anything within that backpack?
A live bullet was found in the backpack, and and a tablet.
Okay, and is this photograph taken in the living room or where is that taken?
I believe that's the living room. Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 305. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize it?
This is the live bullet that I collected that day.
That is found in the backpack depicted in States Exhibit 288.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, will you please open that? Tell us if it's in the same condition as when you collected it back on November 21st.
It is.
All right. Could you tell what caliber of bullet it is?
It was a 9mm.
All right. At this time, the state would offer into evidence States Exhibit 305.
Will we approach him?
Yes.
Looking at States Exhibit 294, what do we see in this photograph?
It's a pair of black shoes with a silver tab at the bottom of the laces.
Okay. And did you collect those shoes?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 306. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am. That's the package of the shoes. the black shoes that I collected that day.
And how do you recognize it?
There's my initials and badge on the red tape.
Okay, if you would open it up and please tell us if it's in the same condition as when you collected it back on November 21st, 2016 from the home of Otis McKane.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, at this time, the state would offer into evidence State's Exhibit 306.
No, this is wrong.
Both admitted.
If you could please pull these out of the bag and display them to the jury, sir. And do you notate on your report what size these Nike high tops are?
Yes, ma'am.
And what size is that?
Your size 13.
All right. And if you look at it, can you see little silver tabs on the shoelace?
Yes, ma'am.
And these are Nike high tops, all black, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And here's a closer picture in 289 of those shoes that are sitting right in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And looking at State's Exhibit 296, what is that depicting there?
A pair of black work pants in the hallway closet.
All right. Were there any other items of evidence that you collected that we haven't gone through?
A couple Spurs hats and cell phones.
You said a couple of stores?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you conduct any other type of search or collect any other type of evidence while you were there?
No, ma'am.
State will pass witness. Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
You're excused.
Do you want me to move the evidence down?
Yeah, no. Officer, you mind putting that back in the bag for us? All right, State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the state calls Christina Vachon.
Have a seat. I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You can adjust the microphone, the whole thing bends at the base there. Make sure everybody can hear you. If you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Christina Vachon. My first name is spelled Crystina. My last name is spelled Vachon.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have a moment to go?
Yes.
Evidence, please? Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Vachon. Would you please
Morning.
introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
My name is Christina Vachon. I am Quality Assurance Manager at the Bexar County Criminal Investigation Laboratory. That has only been for the last couple of years, but for the last 17 years, I've also been a trace evidence forensic scientist.
And tell the jury about your training and education in order to be a scientist, specifically in the trace evidence section of the Bexar County Crime Lab.
I received a bachelor's degree in biochemistry and a master's degree with the concentration in forensic science. In the trace evidence section, we do a lot of different types of testing. So I received training inside the laboratory that included reading journal articles, doing supervised casework, and then completing competency exams before I was released to do my own casework. And some of those types of testing, I also received training outside of the laboratory.
And you've held this position, you said, for the last 17 years?
Correct.
And have you spent the last 17 years here at the Bexar County Criminal Investigation Laboratory?
Yes.
Is one of your job responsibilities to test for paint transfers, or take an item that has been submitted to you, say paint scrapings, and then compare it to another item to see if they come from the common source?
Yes.
Okay. And so how do you go about doing that?
It's a multi-step process. The first thing that I will do is remove a sample from the envelope or the bindle that it's sent to me in, and I will look at it under a low-powered microscope, and I look at the characteristics of the sample. In this case, we're talking about paint. It can be grainy, it can be smooth, it can have different colors. So I will initially do that physical exam of the paint, and then I will move on to a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, or we abbreviate it FTIR. And what that instrument does is it will hit the sample with a laser, and the way that laser interacts with the sample will give me a spectrum of what the sample is made of. And then I will move on to a microspectrophotometer, which is an instrument that measures the color of samples. So this is a comparative science. So I will perform those tests on all of the samples in question, and then I will make comparisons of the results.
Were you submitted to traffic, you meaning the Bexar County Crime Lab, were two traffic arms submitted to the Bexar County Crime Lab by the San Antonio Police Department under SAPD assignment number 16253595?
Can I refer to my report, please? Can you repeat the SAPD number, please?
Sure. It's 16253595.
Yes.
And were those, Your Honor, may I approach the evidence?
Yes.
If you can take a moment and step down, please. I want to show you, instead of me lifting up the traffic arms, I want to show you what's been introduced into evidence on State's Exhibits number 105 and 106. If you could please examine both of those, and first of all, tell the jury what State's Exhibit number 105 and 106 is, or are.
These are the traffic bars that I did paint analysis on and made comparisons to samples from. I can see my markings on the outside packaging. So whenever I receive a case, I will write down the criminal investigation laboratory number that is assigned to the case on the item of evidence. I will write the date of examination, the item number, and my initials. And I'll write that on the outside packaging, and then I also write it on the evidence inside.
Okay, so if you'll please take a look at both the packaging on State's Exhibit 105 and 106, and also on the actual lift master traffic arms to confirm that your name, the date that you received it, and the criminal investigation laboratory number is on it.
I'm seeing it on the outside of this package. I am not seeing my markings on the actual traffic bar. I don't know how much you want me to look. There, yes, I see it on that one. Those are my markings on that traffic bar.
And what is let's look at, so you saw it right now on State's Exhibit 105, is that correct?
Yes,
Both on the packaging and on the lift bar?
yes.
All right. And looking at State's Exhibit number, let's see, maybe further down. It could be on that end. Do you
Yes.
see it on State's Exhibit number 105 on the traffic arm as well?
Yes, I do.
And on the packaging?
Correct.
Okay. And so the purpose of putting your initials and the unique CIL number on both the packaging and the item of evidence, in this case the two traffic arms, is for what purpose?
It is to note that I did actually examine these items, and so that whenever I see it subsequently, such as in the courtroom, I can say these are absolutely the items that I tested.
Okay. And can you say that today by seeing both the packaging and the actual items?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Your Honor, may I first
Yes.
I'm going to show you, Ms. Vachon, what has been identified and introduced into evidence as State's Exhibits 208 and 209. If you would please tell us if you recognize those two items.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And how is it that you recognize those items?
I see my markings on each of these items.
On the outside of the envelope, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on each of these items, you said you were telling the jury when we were looking at the lift bars that there is a criminal investigation number, we call it CIL number for short, on the traffic arms, and also, do you see that same number on State's Exhibit number 208 and 209?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is that unique criminal investigation laboratory number for this case, SAPD 1625-3595?
It is 17-00034.
Okay. And is that unique number, which is your crime lab number, on State's Exhibits 208, 209, 105, and 106?
Yes.
Okay. So taking a look at State's Exhibit number 208, can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit 208 is?
It is labeled on the outside as scrapings of an apparent paint transfer collected from the front. And it has a D.
Okay.
if you want me to look at my report,
Please.
I reported it as paint collected from the front passenger side bumper.
Okay. And that's State's Exhibit 208?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at State's Exhibit number 209, can you tell us what's contained if you open up the individual envelopes? What's contained in State's Exhibit 209?
It contains 3 small envelopes.
If you'll please remove them. And looking at State's Exhibit 209, those 3 envelopes, it is State's Exhibit 209A, 209B, and 209C. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let's start with State's Exhibit. Let's start with State's Exhibit 209A. What is that, please? Which is SAPD E13. Is that right?
Yes. It is labeled on the outside of the package as scrapings of apparent paint transfer collected from the exterior. I reported it as scrapings from the windshield.
Okay. And that's State's Exhibit 209A?
Yes.
Okay. And taking a look at State's Exhibit 209B, if you could tell us, which is SAPD E14, what is that item?
It is labeled as scrapings of apparent paint transfer collected from the, and it looks like it's passenger. I reported it as scrapings from the passenger side roof.
And then the print, these are cut off, is that right?
Yes.
There's more words than actual space.
Correct.
For
And
the
these
evidence.
would have been identified as well on the submission form whenever they came into the laboratory, which is probably where I got the additional information that I used for my report.
Okay. And what is a submission form?
Whenever evidence comes into the laboratory, the agency will fill out a form that gives all of the pertinent information, such as the agency, their number, the date of the offense, the suspect and victim's names, things like that. But it will also list the items of evidence that are being submitted and the type of testing that's being requested.
Okay. So the full information pertaining to what each one of these items are in terms of where the paint scraping was collected from is listed in the submission form.
Yes.
And then once you see that, you then correspond the SAPD's information regarding where it was, where the paint scraping was collected from, and their item of evidence number. For example, E12 is 208, E13 is 209A, E14 is 209B, and E15 is 209C. You then use that when you make your notes for your report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then looking at, so now we're on the 4th paint scraping, State's Exhibit 209C. Can you tell the jury where that particular paint scraping was taken from?
It is labeled as coming from scrapings of apparent paint transfer collected from. I reported it as scrapings from rear window.
Okay, thank you. And on State's Exhibit, so on all of, you said on all of these items, State's Exhibit 209, 209A, B, and C, and State's Exhibit 208, they each have your initials, the CIL number, and the date. Is that correct?
Yes,
The date you examined them or performed the examination.
correct.
Okay. So if you would, Ms. Vachon, would you please tell the jury the first thing that you did upon receiving the lift bar, State's Exhibit 105 and 106?
So obviously I would write my markings on the outside of the package. I took the lift bar out of the package, wrote my markings on it. I examined the lift bar for any damaged areas. There were quite a few damaged areas, so I would write down a description of that item in my notes. And then I looked for a damaged area and took a sample near that area because the best place to make a comparison from would be the area where the damage occurred or where the transfer could have occurred to another item. So I collected a sample to do my testing.
And so, do your notes indicate, and specifically now we'll refer to State's Exhibit number 105, which is SAPD, it's E18. And the SAPD numbers, the E, their particular numbers, E for evidence, number 18, are you aware of what that corresponds to at the crime scene? Or at crime scenes?
No,
Okay. You don't make the crime scene, right?
correct.
Okay, you say in the laboratory and perform the testing on what's submitted to you from the laboratory.
Correct.
Okay, so specifically on State's Exhibit 105, which is their E18, if you would tell the jury what you saw or what you have in your notes when you examine that particular item for damage.
Can you give me the barcode on that item, because the submission form references the barcode number and not the E number.
Okay,
Just the last two is fine.
sure. The barcode number 3398,
Okay,
does that help?
yes.
And that's State Exhibit 105, SAPD E18.
Would you like me to just read from my notes?
Well, if you'll take a moment and look at your notes and then explain to the jury where you noticed the damage on State's Exhibit 105.
Okay, do you mind if I read from my notes about my observations of the damaged areas?
No, I don't mind.
Okay. I wrote smudged looking areas noted. I wiped with a wet cloth to remove dirt and debris. Slight damage to some areas noted. No damage appeared to go through to the metal surface. I collected a representative sample of white paint from near the damaged area, and at that time I started my testing on the instruments.
All right. And then we'll move to the second traffic lift bar. And for the record, for the one that you were describing, I put up State's Exhibit number 191 to for the jury to see where item E18, which is State's Exhibit 105, where that was collected from.
Okay.
Okay. Now let's move on to State's Exhibit 106, which is SAPD E19. And I'm going to show the jury State's Exhibit 92, so they can have a reference as to where this particular traffic arm was collected from, and I'll give you the last four numbers of the barcode for State's Exhibit 106. It's 3399.
Okay. I wrote in my notes, smudged areas noted along one side, assumed to be the bottom when mounted. Red, blue, and black possible paint transfer noted. Areas of damage to white paint also noted. I collected a representative sample of the white paint from the bottom area of the tube.
And now looking at your notes pertaining to State's Exhibit number 208, which is SAPD number E12, 3715 is the barcode. Have you found your notes in that?
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Show the jury State's Exhibit 196. So explain what it was that was submitted to you in State's Exhibit 208 and where it's indicated it was taken from on when it was scraped or removed from the vehicle?
So I reported it as paint collected from the front passenger side bumper. In my notes, I noted that inside the envelope were many dark colored paint fragments. I examined them under the stereoscope, which is that low powered microscope, and looked for white paint transfer to compare to the known standards submitted, the traffic bars. Many areas of white or light gray fragments were noted on the paint, but the paint was a 3-layer system. So I could see that there was a clear layer, a black layer, and then a white layer. And I wrote in my notes this would indicate that the white layer was a primer layer of an automobile paint. I did not find any fragments with the white transfer on top of the clear coat, which is what I would expect if there was white paint transferred from the traffic bar hitting the car. Okay, that's it.
Okay, so the results of examining the paint scrapings from State's Exhibit 208, which was collected from the passenger side bumper, which is shown in photograph State's Exhibit number 196, your results were that when you compared the paint that you removed from State's Exhibits 105 and 106, the traffic bars, to the paint scrapings in 208, what were your results?
So I went ahead and tested some of that white area of paint just to make absolutely sure that it couldn't have come from the traffic bar. And whenever I did that, I noted that the two samples exhibited different physical and chemical characteristics.
Now let's look at State's Exhibit 209A. Again, if you could tell the jury where that paint scraping was removed from according to your notes.
This would have come from the windshield of the vehicle.
Okay. So I'm going to show the jury, for their reference, State's Exhibit number 200. And then a close-up of State's Exhibit, a close-up photograph shown in State's Exhibit number 193. So looking at your notes, can you tell the jury the specific testing that you did regarding State's Exhibit 209A, which is SAPD E13, and the last 4 digits of the barcode are 3716?
Whenever I opened the manila envelope, there was a folded white piece of paper inside the envelope that contained the sample. Whenever I opened it and looked at the debris with my naked eye, it appeared gray against the white paper. But whenever I examined it under the stereoscope, I noted that they were gray, maybe off-white colored. And I saw what was possibly a thin film that had been scraped and was broken apart inside that paper.
Okay. And so you did initially an observation, is that correct, under a microscope?
Yes.
And then what follow-up testing did you do on the paint scraping that was taken from this windshield in State's Exhibit 193 and comparing them to the paint scrapings that you took from the 2 traffic arms, State's Exhibit 105 and 106?
My first step would be to take a sample of this paint, of this debris, and put it on the FTIR that I spoke about earlier, and create a spectrum for comparison.
And how do you go about doing that?
I will take a small sample and put it on what's called a duroscope. So it's basically a flat surface that I can set this sample down on, and then there's a pin that kind of pushes it against the surface. So I do that, and then I click the button basically to get the instrument to collect a spectrum. It's a reflectance spectrum that I used on my duroscope, and it will give me a beautiful readout spectrum where I can identify the peaks on that spectrum and make a comparison for each peak on my unknown sample to the known sample from the traffic bar.
And once you are able to see the peaks and view the spectrum in its entirety, after running the paint scrapings through the FTIR test, what were the results of that particular test? What did they tell you?
Every peak that I identified the location of on the sample from the windshield not matched. It was the same as the peaks on the samples that I observed from the traffic bars, both of them.
So what do you mean when you say it's the exact same? The traffic bar samples, the two of them, correct, were the exact same as the sample that was given to you, given to you from that was scraped from the windshield and labeled States Exhibit 209A.
So whenever I'm doing a comparative exam, I am looking for differences. I'm trying to find differences so I can exclude this paint sample from the windshield as having come from those traffic bars. And whenever I looked at the separate spectrum of my unknown and my known samples, I could not see any differences. So that's why I would say that they have the same chemical characteristics between those samples.
And when you say known and unknown, which particular items are the known samples and which particular item is the unknown sample?
The known sample would be the traffic bar because I know where the paint came from. In that situation, it came off of the traffic bar. And I'm comparing that to my unknown, where we are trying to determine if the paint from the windshield could have originated from those traffic bars.
And the traffic bars are the known sample because you personally scraped the paint from both States Exhibit 105 and 106 in order to perform the testing that you're telling the jury about.
Correct.
Okay. And so then after you ran the FTIR test on States Exhibit 109A, the paint scraping from the windshield, and you found the paint scraping from the windshield to have the same common origin, is that your testimony, or the same chemical characteristics?
The same chemical characteristics.
As States Exhibit 105 and 106, the traffic arm. Did you then perform a third test?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what is that third test?
I used the microspectrophotometer to measure the color of the paint samples.
And how do you perform that test?
That is a test where I put a sample on a microscope slide and put it in the microspectrophotometer, and it basically measures the wavelengths of light that are either reflected or absorbed from a sample. And we know that colors are made up of wavelengths of light, and so it gives me another spectrum, but this time it's measuring something different of the sample.
And what is it measuring differently? The color is what you're referring to?
Correct, it's measuring the wavelengths of light.
Okay. And what were the results of that particular test regarding the paint scrapings from the windshield, States Exhibit 209A, compared to the two traffic arms, States Exhibit 105 and 106?
I could not find any differences between the spectrums from the microspectrophotometer between my unknown samples and my known sample, and so that further confirmed that these samples had the same physical characteristics, and the same chemical characteristics.
Do they also have the same physical characteristics?
Yes, they do. That's what I observed under the microscope and with my naked eye during my initial examination.
Okay. So each of these paint samples that you receive, they go through three forms of testing, or you performed 3 tests on them, the microscope test, the FTIR, and then the third test where you're looking at the light waves of color.
Correct.
And then let's discuss State's Exhibit 209C, which is E15, and also the last 4 numbers of the barcode are 3718. Can you find that in your notes, please?
Yes.
And where does it say in your notes that State's Exhibit 209C, those particular paint scrapings were removed from?
They were collected from the rear window.
I'm going to show you for the jury State's Exhibit number 195, and then a close-up State's Exhibit number 188. Can you tell the jury, looking at your notes, what test you performed on State's Exhibit 209C, the scrapings from the back windshield?
I performed my exam with my naked eye and with the microscope, as well as the FTIR and the microspectrophotometer.
And what were the results of those 3 different individual testing that you performed on State's Exhibit 209C? The unknown sample again, right? This is the unknown sample that we're looking at, or that we're discussing.
Correct.
When you compare that to the known samples that you took from the 2 traffic arms, State's Exhibit 105 and 106.
I did not find any differences between this unknown item that was collected from the rear window, and the samples that I took from the traffic bars. And so my conclusion is that the sample from the rear windshield had the same physical and chemical characteristics as the paint from the traffic bars.
And now looking at your notes and the results of the testing that you did on the 2 samples, one from the front windshield and one from the back windshield of the vehicle that the jury has seen in State's Exhibit 196. What can you tell the jury then regarding those 2 paint samples, State's Exhibit 209A and 209C, the front windshield paint, the paint scrapings removed from the front windshield and the paint scrapings removed from the back windshield?
My conclusion is that the scrapings from the windshield and from the rear window may share a common origin with the paint collected from each of the traffic bars.
And you testified earlier that you look to see, when you're performing your testing, whether or not items of evidence can be, the unknown sample can be excluded from the known sample.
Yes.
And what does that mean specifically?
It just means that I'm trying to find differences between the unknown sample and the known sample, because then I can exclude it as having originated from the known sample.
Okay. And were you able to exclude State's Exhibit 109A, which is the scrapings from the front windshield, barcode 3716, and State's Exhibit 209C, which is the scrapings from the back window, barcode 3718. Were you able to exclude those 2 scrapings from the traffic arm, State's Exhibits 105 and 106?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Now, you also received a 4th sample, is that correct, of paint scrapings?
Yes.
And if you'll look at your notes, specifically it State's Exhibit 209B, which is barcode number 3717 and item of evidence E14. And I'm going to show the jury State's Exhibit number 184. Can you tell the jury about the testing that you performed specifically on that item, State's Exhibit 209B?
Whenever I opened the manila envelope, there was a folded piece of paper inside the envelope that contained a white colored debris. Whenever I examined it under the stereoscope, I saw a flaky white substance. Some areas appeared to be curled as if it was a thin layer that had been scraped, and some areas of the substance appeared to be dirty.
And so you made that initial observation and notated that in your notes. Did you then look at the paint scrapings under the microscope?
Yes, that included the stereoscope examination of those items.
Okay. And after doing that, did you then perform the secondary test, the FTIR test?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results of that test?
I found differences between the sample from the roof of the vehicle and the samples that I had collected from the traffic bars.
And did you then perform the third test that you described to the jury that you performed on the other items?
No, I did not. Once I found differences, I stopped my testing on that item.
Okay. And can you explain why there may be differences, maybe use an example, or why there may be differences from the paint that's removed from a windshield, a front windshield and then a back window, versus paint that's transferred onto other paint? For example, on the roof.
So if we make the assumption that the traffic bar deposited this white color on top of the roof, but I'm getting differences whenever I do my testing, it's possibly because there is a mixing of the clear coat of the vehicle paint and the white paint from the traffic bar when it's being deposited. It's like if you like butter and peanut butter on your toast. Let's say you put peanut butter on your toast and then you try to go through and make a very thin layer of butter over the top. You know that's going to mix, and it would be almost impossible to separate those two out to test each one individually. So that would be the same situation here. As there's rubbing and depositing across the top of the vehicle, there is a mixture occurring between the white paint from the traffic bar and the clear coat, top coat of the vehicle.
So what is the distinction then, Ms. Vachon, when the paint from the bars is left on the window? When it scrapes a window or windshield versus the roof or, say, another area, the hood of the car or another area of the vehicle?
There is not that soft surface that we see in the paint on that windshield. We know that the glass is harder than our paint. That's why we can scrape paint on a vehicle much easier than we can scrape a window. So that rubbing of the paint across the windshield will deposit without that mixing of the other paint sample.
Looking now at State's Exhibit number 3. So taking a look at this video, State's Exhibit, can you see the vehicle go through the traffic arms?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and seeing the video that's shown in State's Exhibit 3, does that explain some of by watching where the vehicle hits the traffic bar, and then the paint scraping on the roof, where it would have scraped the roof, does that explain, or can you use that in explaining kind of the mixing of the paint, seeing the video?
Sure. It does appear that the traffic bar hit the vehicle on the windshield and on the rear window as well as the roof. Whenever the vehicle is moving underneath that traffic bar, it was moving at a reasonable speed to allow the mixing of the samples together between the traffic bar and the car.
All right, thank you. Now we're going to look at the exit video, which is State's Exhibit 104. I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 4. So looking at State's Exhibit 4, you'll see the vehicle exit the parking lot by hitting the traffic arms as well, which would be State's Exhibit 106. State's Exhibit 106. And again, having watched State's Exhibit 4, the vehicle exiting the San Antonio Police Department's parking lot and striking the traffic bars, can you, by looking at this video, explain to the jury again how the roof with State's Exhibit 106 may have the roof, the paint transfer to the roof may not correspond to the known sample, State's Exhibits 105 and 106, like the window and windshield do?
Yes, so it's the same situation. The deposit on the windshield and the rear window would not allow for a mixing between the paint from the bar and the paint from the vehicle, but that smear that's happening across the top of the vehicle, across the roof, would allow for mixing to occur between the traffic bar paint and the car paint. It's something that I see quite often in vehicle accidents, so I'm not surprised that it could have happened in this situation.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Questions, Your Honor?
All right, man, you're excused.
Thank you.
Everybody on the jury okay? All right. State, call your next witness. You're okay, court reporter?
State calls Jolie Emma.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I'm sworn twice now. If you can just introduce yourself again to the jury.
My name's Jolie Imler, Jolie Imler, and I'm a crime scene investigator.
State.
Thank you for being here again. I believe you testified 2 days ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you testified then, we were talking about the black Mitsubishi Galant as well as headquarters.
Yes.
Now I want to direct your attention to November 21st in a different location, where you also called out to another scene involving the capital murder of Benjamin Marconi.
Yes, ma'am.
And what scene was that?
That was a scene off I-10 East involving a white Buick.
Okay. Was that I-10 East and FM 1516?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was going on with the white Buick?
It was involved in a traffic stop, and I was called out to process it there on scene.
And what was the traffic stop for?
It was my understanding that the defendant and another witness had been stopped on their way to Houston.
So was this scene where the defendant, Otis McKane, was taken into custody?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to photograph the vehicle, do a preliminary search. I was also asked to take a cell phone out of the vehicle and release it to one of the detectives.
All right. Did you write a report that day?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach?
Yes.
Did you also take photographs that day?
I did.
Here's a copy of the report. What time did you arrive at that?
I arrived at 1629.
Okay. Mary, what's the next number, please?
307.
I'm going to show you a series of pictures. The number to come momentarily. All right. Can you look through State's Exhibits 307 through 321 and see if those accurately depict the scene at FN 1516 and I-10 where the defendant was arrested back on November 21st, 2016?
Yes, these photographs accurately depict the scene.
All right. At this time, State would offer into evidence State's Exhibits 307 through 321 inclusive.
Objection, Your Honor. Right there, admitted.
Looking at permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor.
Yes.
Looking at State's Exhibit 307, is this the location you were sent out to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then 308, is that the white Buick that
Yes.
you were sent to search?
Yes.
And is this the vehicle that the defendant was apprehended in?
Yes.
And here in 309, we can see the license plate HBJ7366.
Yes.
And you just took, as we can see in State's Exhibit 313, various pictures of the interior.
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at State's Exhibit 314, can you tell us what that is?
That was a receipt that I observed on the dashboard of the driver's side of the vehicle.
Do you recall what that receipt was for?
I don't recall.
Did you collect that receipt?
No, it was collected at another time.
Okay, thank you. And looking at State's Exhibit 316, it looks like various baby items and bags as well in the back seat of the car.
Yes, ma'am.
And the trunk of the vehicle.
Yes.
More baby items and bags.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's State's Exhibit 319. What other duties did you perform on this vehicle?
After photographing it and conducting a preliminary search, I was asked to secure the LG cell phone that was on the dashboard, process it for DNA and latent prints on scene.
Okay. And did you in fact do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 322, what is that there?
This is, the label says it refers to the cell phone.
Okay, and do you see your initials on here anywhere?
No, because I did not put it into the property room. I released it to Detective Carrillo on scene.
Okay. If you take a look in there and see if that is in fact the phone that you collected and released to Detective Correa.
Yes.
And that is the white LG phone that you collected from the Buick at FM 1516 and I-10
Yes, ma'am.
back on November 21st of 2016.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to collect any latent prints?
I did.
And did you submit them to the latent print division of SAPD?
I did.
And you had also searched the black Mitsubishi Galant. And when you did that, that was pursuant to a warrant, correct? A search warrant.
Yes.
And the license plate
plate of that black Mitsubishi was HJB 2098?
I'd have to look at my report. It was a separate report for that, just to make sure.
Man, Rich.
Yes.
And that vehicle, that black Mitsubishi Galant that you searched pursuant to a search warrant, was that in 9th Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you please tell us the license plate?
The license plate of the Mitsubishi was HJV 2098.
And I hate to skip back, but going back to the white LG phone. If we look at photograph State's Exhibit 312, is that the LG phone that you collected and turned over to Detective Frank Correa?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that located in State's Exhibit 312?
On the dashboard of the passenger side of the Buick Century.
And as you look at the phone, is it in the same condition as when you tendered it to Frank Correa?
Yes, the only thing different is the SIM card is taped on the back of it. It wasn't on scene, obviously.
At this time, State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 322 into evidence. Yes.
Briefly. Yes.
And after fingerprinting, handing the phone over, taking photographs, was that the end of your involvement with that scene at 1516 and I-10?
Yes, I fingerprinted the phone, swabbed it for DNA, and I did wait for a tow truck, and I followed it to the 9th Street pound to secure chain of custody.
So it was secured in a secure area that only SAPD has access to, is that correct?
Yes, I placed it in a locked stall to be processed at a further date.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
So the vehicle that, this Buick that we've seen the pictures of, it was taken to the 9th Street location?
Yes, sir.
And was it driven or towed?
It was towed, and I followed
I
the
have
tow
no
truck.
questions. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, members of the jury, it seems like an appropriate time to take a break this morning. Let's give it about 15 minutes. See you back about 11 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
Look to you for guidance.
To the Mitsubishi Galant in the white Buick, so it's,
That should be quick.
it should be quick. And then the second one is the DPS deputy or DPS trooper who did filmed the arrest. So,
Okay.
yeah, he was it wasn't a pilot, he was the,
So we should go about an hour.
I think so.
That sounds perfect.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Judge.
May be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. State, call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Detective Pablo Arriaga.
You can have a seat. I'm going to swear you out.
Yes, sir.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, if you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Detective Pablo Arriaga. Last name is Arriaga.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Arriaga, will you tell the jury, please, where you're employed?
The City San Antonio Police Department.
And how long have you been with the San Antonio Police Department?
27 years.
And are you a certified police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
What positions have you held over the 27 years of your career?
I first started as a patrol officer back in 1994. I was there for approximately 6 years on the street, and I transferred to the DWI unit. I was on the DWI unit for approximately 10 years. Then I got promoted, and I went to the crime scene unit as a detective. I was there for approximately 10 years.
And where are you currently assigned?
The past 3 months, I've been assigned to the crisis response team.
So back in November of 2016, you were assigned to the crime scene unit as a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, November of 2016, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you called out with another detective, a Detective Duffin? Were you dispatched to 442 9th Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on November 21st of 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is located at 442 9th Street?
We have, that's where we take vehicles that need to be processed. We have a garage there with lifts and other tools that are required, that we need to process vehicles.
And that day, on November 21st of 2016, what time did you and Detective Duffin arrive at 9th Street now?
We were informed about 8 p.m. And we got there approximately 8:30.
And what did you and Detective Duffin do when you arrived at 9th Street?
We were ordered, or we were given instructions to process 2 vehicles that were inside of our hangars, our stalls.
So specifically, the first vehicle that you were asked to process, you and Detective Duffin, was that a white Buick Century?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the license plate of that white Buick Century that you were asked to process?
The license plate is HBJ 7366.
I'm going to show you. What's been introduced into evidence. As State's Exhibit number 157, do you recognize the white Buick Century that's shown in this picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does the license plate that's shown in State's Exhibit 157, HBJ 73, I can zoom in on it. Can I zoom in? Okay. Can you see it? HBJ 7366, is that the vehicle that you and Detective Duffin processed?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could tell the jury, we're looking at this vehicle right here, is that vehicle photographed in 9th Street Pound?
Yes, it
In that
is.
location you were telling us about?
Yes.
Okay, and you said that's a secure facility
Yes.
in order to process vehicles?
Yes.
So what was your role and what was Detective Duffin's role in terms of processing the vehicles?
These vehicles, our main roles is to search for evidence. We do fingerprints, we do gunshot residue. We search for any items, anything that can be related to a specific crime that we are assigned to.
And so, on this particular evening, with this request to process the white Buick Century, what did Detective Duffin do?
His primary function was to photograph the vehicle.
And so he photographed it, exterior and interior?
Yes.
Okay. And then what about you, sir? What was your role?
My role was to fingerprint the vehicle, search for prints on the doors, interior, the outside, and also to search for evidence.
And so did you in fact attempt to lift and lifted prints from the white Buick Century that's shown in State's Exhibit 157?
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately how many print cards did you lift?
23.
Okay. I should say, how many prints did you lift that you then placed on cards? Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and
23.
explain to the jury how you go about doing that.
Searching for prints, we use what's called black powder, and the powder is spread over the surface. In this case, it's vehicles are so smooth that it's real easy to use. Once we put the black powder on top of the vehicle, we visually look for fingerprint impressions. As you know, everybody has fingerprints, and if you touch something, your prints are going to be on there. So every identifiable, readable print that we see, we lift it using a piece of tape, put on top of the fingerprint, lift it, and put it on a piece of paper.
And you said you did 23 prints that were lifted and placed on individual cards.
Yes,
Okay. And where are those cards submitted to?
to the ID section.
Okay, so you don't personally do the comparison. Your job is to lift them from the item of evidence and then submit them to the identification section at SAPD?
Yes.
Did you also participate in the search of the vehicle with Detective Duffin?
Yes.
I can have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach you?
Yes.
Just looking for an item of evidence. what's been marked as States Exhibit 326, right? And what's been admitted into evidence already as States Exhibit, photograph 314. You were with you and Detective Duffin, is that your testimony, sir? Were working together to process this vehicle in 9th Street Pound on November 21st of 2016.
Yes.
Okay. And so were you present when Detective Duffin collected this particular item of evidence, States Exhibit 326, which he recovered from the dashboard of the Buick, the white Buick Century, license plate number HBJ 7366?
Yes.
Okay. Would you please open this up? And you can use these scissors if you like. And after you open up, if you would tell me if you recognize the item contained in States Exhibit number 326.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what? And is this the same item that you were present when Detective Duffin collected it and marked the bag? This is his name, badge number, and the date of 11/21/16.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this was collected from where? This particular receipt, sir.
From the dashboard on the vehicle, the white Buick.
Okay, that's shown in States Exhibit 157?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time the state moves to introduce States Exhibit 326.
Okay, no objection, Your Honor.
That's admitted.
So looking at the vehicle where this was taken from, States Exhibit 326, the receipt, we can see the vehicle in States Exhibit 157. States Exhibit 314 is a close-up. Is that correct, where it was when it was collected by Detective Duffin in your presence?
Yes.
And then now looking at States Exhibit number 326, the contents of that. All right, and States Exhibit 326, 326 appears to be what, sir?
It's a parking receipt ticket,
Okay. And what is the date of the parking receipt ticket?
November 21st, 2016.
And when was when it has a particular license plate number on it?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that license plate number on the receipt, States Exhibit 326?
HBJ 7366.
And does that license plate number match the license plate number in the white Buick Century in States Exhibit 157?
Yes.
Also, it has the time that the parking receipt was purchased on November 21st of 2016. Do you see that time
Yes.
on the receipt?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that time, sir?
At 9:45 a.m.
And does it also say this setting?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does it say under setting?
Callison lot number 2.
Thank you. When you were searching, the white Century Buick is shown in States Exhibit 157. Did you locate anything in the passenger door, in the pocket to the passenger door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you locate?
I found a set of keys.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 323 and 324 and States Exhibit 325. Do you recognize, first of all, what's shown in States Exhibits 323 and 324, the photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were these photographs taken of you collecting the set of keys from inside the white Buick Century that's shown in States Exhibit 157?
Yes, ma'am.
And did these photographs, were they taken that evening when you found the keys?
Yes, ma'am.
The evening of November 21st, 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, will you also take a moment and open the envelope that's numbered States Exhibit, let me look and see, 325, sir. And do you recognize the content of the envelope?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put them back in, please. Thank you. And the contents of the envelope in States Exhibit 325, is that the same set of keys that are photographed in States Exhibits 323 and 324, the set of keys you found in the passenger, the front passenger door pocket of the white Buick Century in States Exhibit 157?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to introduce States Exhibits 323, 324, and 325.
And that's this depicts. Okay, no objections, Judge.
All right, they're admitted.
So looking at, you can remove States Exhibits, the item contained in States Exhibit 325 and show the jury, please. And on States Exhibit 325, that set of keys, what is on the key ring, please?
It is a tag from Chacon Autos.
And looking at States Exhibit 324 and 323, does that show the key and where you located, where you found that particular key inside the Buick Century?
Yes.
And where is that, sir?
Inside the passenger door panel,
In the front or back seat?
front pocket, front seat.
Front seat, okay. And with that key, once you found that key in the front passenger door pocket, did you do anything with that key?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with that key, sir?
When I found this key, I noticed it had the Mitsubishi emblem on the back. In stall number 2, we had a Mitsubishi, a black Mitsubishi. So when I found this, I used it to open up the vehicle in stall number 2, and it was the key that belonged to the vehicle in stall number 2.
Okay. So your testimony, sir, is once you found that key, you had knowledge that there was a black Mitsubishi in another stall at 9th Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have in the reports in front of you the license plate number of the black Mitsubishi Galant that particular key, States Exhibit 325, opened?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that license plate, sir?
That license plate number is H. It is HJV2098.
Okay. And so now we're looking at States Exhibit, a photograph, States Exhibit number 99. That vehicle located, the vehicle the black Mitsubishi Galant, where is that vehicle located in this picture, States Exhibit 199?
It's in stall number 2 at 9th Street.
And is this where you walked over and used that key, States Exhibit 325, to see if it opened this vehicle in States Exhibit 199?
Yes.
And did it in fact open that vehicle?
Yes, it did.
Did you do anything else in reference to your work in this case under SAPD assignment number 16253595?
No, that was all I did.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
No questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. If you don't mind taking the objects and placing them on the ledge.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, this time the state calls Stephen Miller.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Adjust the microphone if you need to. Make sure everybody can hear you. If you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Sergeant Stephen Miller, Steven Miller. I'm a technical flight officer with the Texas Department of Public Safety, attached to the Aircraft Operations Division here in San Antonio.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, what is your rank?
I am a sergeant.
Okay, so Sergeant Miller, how long have you been with the Texas Department of Public Safety?
Coming up on 12 years.
Okay. And prior to that, what did you do, sir?
I was in the military for 20 years,
Okay. And what branch of the military were you in?
the Air Force.
Okay. And what did you do in the Air Force?
I loaded cargo planes.
And how, you said you did that for about 20 years?
Yes.
And then did you retire from the military?
Retired from the military.
And then joined, is it called DPS is the short?
Yes, correct. DPS is correct.
Texas Department of Public Safety. What is your specific job at DPS?
Currently, I am as I stated, the technical flight officer. We are responsible for, we do multiple different things, rescues, criminal surveillance, prisoner transports, administrative, moving like COVID test supplies, COVID vaccines. We've done a lot of that recently.
And have you been doing what you just described as various duties the entire time, the entire 12 years of your career with DPS?
No, for the first five and a half years, I was with the Texas Highway Patrol.
Okay. And then after that, you moved to be a tactical flight officer?
Correct.
So one of the duties that you just described to the jury is surveillance, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you describe how DPS assists with surveillance, whether it be with an investigation with DPS or with other law enforcement agencies?
So we have 15 helicopters, 8 airplanes in the department. Several of the airplanes have high definition cameras, one of which I was using on this particular date. And we use those high definition cameras to monitor criminal activity or the lack of, depending on what the case requires.
Now, what is the difference between using a helicopter versus an airplane to conduct surveillance?
So a helicopter, we're kind of limited to, it doesn't have the camera is not as powerful as the airplane. So we have to be at a lower altitude, and a lot of times you can see us and hear us. Criminals can easily pick up that helicopter noise, and the criminal activity stops. Whereas an airplane, we're averaging about 10,500 feet above the ground, and you can't see us, you can't hear us, and criminal activity takes place, and we monitor it, pass on the information to forces on the ground who are asking for the information. And in cases like this case, we actually record some of the information for criminal proceedings.
And so was the Texas Department of Public Safety asked to assist the San Antonio Police Department on November 21st of 2016 when San Antonio Police Department had a suspect that they were following?
Yes.
And how is it that DPS and your involvement, sir, how did they assist the San Antonio Police Department?
We were contacted and asked to, we were told that the forces on the ground were following a vehicle, possible suspect vehicle, and they asked us to respond in case when they tried to do a traffic stop, in case the suspect ran, they wanted an extra set of eyes in the air to keep an eye on the suspect.
Okay. And where is the DPS helicopter, airplane, where are those located?
We are stationed at the San Antonio International Airport.
And so do you recall on this date how long it took y'all when you received word that they were following, that the San Antonio Police Department were following a suspect? Did you receive word as to where the airplane should go?
I don't recall how long it took. I don't recall if we were already airborne working on the mission or if we were on the ground and had to respond.
Okay. And you said your role was what, sir?
I was the camera operator, radio camera operator in this particular mission.
Okay. And who was the pilot of this mission?
The Lieutenant Terry McQuaig.
So it's is it generally a two-man unit?
Yes.
You know, two male or female unit, two-person unit who one of them operates the aircraft and then a second individual works the camera?
That's correct.
And in this case, you said you were the camera operator.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh, no, it is seven, yes. Your Honor. Sergeant Miller, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 327. Do you recognize this DVD?
I mean, I don't recognize it per se. I don't recognize the handwriting. It's not my handwriting, so I can't specify that as my, that I know what that disc is.
Okay, so if you look closer, will you look to see if this is your handwriting here, where it says it looks like SMM, and then it has a number, and it has the date 3/5 of 21. Will you take a look at that?
Okay, I do recognize that. I was looking down here. I
I'm sorry.
apologize.
Yeah, that's okay. And so this is, obviously this isn't your handwriting where it says SAPD Warrant Service, DPS, copy, and a case number 16253595. But your initials, and is this your badge number, sir?
That is correct.
Okay, and what is your badge number?
13229.
Okay, and then the date in which you viewed the contents of State's Exhibit 327.
You got a glare on the
I'm
disc.
sorry, I apologize.
3/5 of 21.
Okay. And so, seeing your initials here, do you now recognize that you watched the disc or watched the video contained in State's Exhibit 327?
I do.
Okay. And when you watch this, is this a video of the DPS video footage that you took when you were on the airplane on November 21st, 2016, as SAPD was following the suspect and then eventually apprehended the suspect?
I do.
And has this video been altered or changed in any way?
Not that I'm aware of.
And does it seem to be, when you watched it, does it appear to be a complete video of what you actually observed and videotaped?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit 327.
All right, it's admitted.
So State's Exhibit 327 serves out a fair and accurate videotape of the events as they occurred on the afternoon of November 21st of 2016.
From what I saw, yes.
Your Honor, may I publish this to the jury?
Yes.
a minute to load. Because we played it here yesterday before.
Okay. And members of the jury, believe it or not, this is one of the newest courthouses in this building. It was one of the newest courtrooms in this building.
Let me go back to you. I mean, it's,
Okay.
it worked yesterday. So we can put a work order through Bear County to have them, because we have the same issue every day. We'll try it. Yes, okay.
You want to approach real quick? Prime members of the jury, and I've indicated a few times, jury trials continue to take their own life. And so we just can follow along as best as we can. IT's been working on it. They work remotely through the courtroom. So probably best to take an early lunch. So we'll go ahead and do that now. Come back no later than 1 o'clock. I'm certain that by then IT will have resolved whatever the issues are as it relates to the courtroom. So enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
All right, back on the record, 2017 CR 1505, State versus Otis McKane. Present in the courtroom are the attorneys for the state, the attorneys for the defense, as well as the defendant. The jury is not yet in the courtroom. State, you indicated you wanted to put something on the record.
Yes, Your Honor. Prior to lunch, Sergeant Miller testified about a DVD that he had previously watched, State's Exhibit 327. However, we were not able to play that in court. It appears that it's some sort of faulty disc, that there's something that has occurred on the disc, so we're not able to play it. Over the lunch hour, we have an exact copy of that that he watched, he initialed, and so can testify to that. So we are going to withdraw the one that's faulty and substitute the original 327 and substitute it with another DVD, State's Exhibit 327.
All right. Defense?
We have no issue with the judge.
Okay. All right. You guys ready to bring in the jury?
We are, Your Honor. Let me just show you. 327. You see it in there.
Have you ever thought of starting a band?
All right, for the jury. May be seated.
Welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you had a pleasant lunch. When we last left off, State, we're in the middle of your direct. You may proceed.
Thank you. All right, Sergeant Miller, you're the same Sergeant Stephen Miller who was testifying before lunch, is that correct?
That is correct.
And we had some technical difficulties with State's Exhibit number 327, and we have resolved those technical difficulties, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so you had an opportunity to watch State's Exhibit number 327, the DVD, showing the video footage that you took on November 21st of 2016, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and the video footage in State's Exhibit 327, does it fairly and accurately show what you observed and what you captured on video camera as you flew over the different scenes from a gas station, church's chicken area to the scene of the arrest around the corner?
That is correct.
Okay. So, Your Honor, this time we'll reintroduce State's Exhibit 327.
No objection, sir.
All right, it's admitted.
Your Honor, maybe we publish that for the jury?
Yes.
So this video footage that we're watching in State's Exhibit 327, is there any audio associated with it?
No, there is no audio.
And it has the date, is that correct?
That is-
In the upper left corner?
Upper left corner, yes.
Okay. And what date does your video footage indicate?
21st of November, 2016.
And it has a time, and it says 16:51, is that right?
That is 4:50 p.m.
Okay. But it says UTC minus 5.
That is the version of the software that we're using for that camera.
Okay. And what does that mean, UTC minus 5?
I don't know what it stands for. It's version 5.0 for this particular software.
Okay. And can you tell by looking at this screen how high up the DPS airplane is that you're videotaping from?
In the lower left-hand corner, you'll see that we're at 12,971 feet, and that's MSL, which is the medium sea level. Here in San Antonio, you subtract another 800 feet from that, which would put us around 1,200 feet. I'm sorry, 12,000 feet, sorry.
And what is the aircraft over right now? Are you able to see that?
I just zoomed in on the Church's Chicken. It's a gas station. I think the location was off of I-10, and FM 1518, I think, was the cross street. 1516, yeah.
And were you or your pilot given this location by covert units of the San Antonio Police Department?
I don't know who gave us the information per se. We were given the information as to respond to the area.
Okay, looking at this, we see a white car with an individual getting into, an individual with a pink type shirt got out of the driver's side of the car, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then an individual coming from, I guess, the building, or the side of the building that we saw getting into the driver's seat.
That is correct.
And was it the directive given to you and or your pilot to focus on or follow this white car that's shown in the video?
To the best of my recollection, that was the information we were given. Without having the audio, I can't be 100% certain.
But there is no audio, right? It doesn't, when you're filming, I don't want to leave the false impression that there's audio and we don't have it.
This particular recorder did not record the audio.
Okay.
There was audio in the aircraft. I was talking with people on the ground. We were communicating via radio, but it was not recorded on this video.
Thank you. Okay, now what are we seeing, sir?
There is the previous driver is returning to the vehicle, making some movements in the back seat, and then comes to the front passenger seat, gets in the vehicle.
And is it difficult for these individuals, the individuals in the white car that we're seeing, to hear this DPS airplane above?
As I stated, we are roughly 12,500 feet above the ground, 3.5 miles away. So they likely could not see us or hear us.
And what do we see occurring now?
The target vehicle, the white passenger vehicle, came to a stop there just under I-10, and police units are moving in to do a takedown on the vehicle. A flashbang just went off, which is just a diversionary tactic.
And what is the purpose of a flashbang in your experience, sir?
In close proximity, a flashbang will actually, if you see the light, it'll cause temporary blindness, makes you see stars and can't focus on what you're doing, makes your vision a little blurry. The sound of the concussion causes you to just completely not focus on what you're doing.
Sure. But if it's thrown behind you, then the purpose is to distract the driver so that law enforcement can do what, sir?
You would have to ask the experts on that. I'm not really an expert on flashbangs.
And did we just see the individual who was in the driver's seat be removed from the vehicle and then eventually then being placed into what appears to be a patrol car if you look at the red?
That is correct.
Okay, and the passenger's been removed, is that correct? And is being escorted, did you see that?
Yes, she was removed.
You can see her.
That is right there at the front of the vehicle on the left.
So what's happening now with the camera? And can you explain to the jury kind of how this camera works and how sometimes we see rotations like this with the camera?
So the camera is on a gimbal directly below the aircraft, and it's designed to be used at an offset angle. So if the target is here, aircraft needs to be over here. What happens is if we come directly over the top of the target, the camera can't move 365 degrees in all directions. It's limited to with gearing and everything. So when we get to that portion over the top, the gimbal tries to go and it can't do it, so it spins around uncontrollably, and we can't control it until we get past the target and then come back in.
Okay, so the aircraft moves away a certain distance and then you're able to then focus back onto the target, in this
Correct.
case the white vehicle.
That is correct.
appears that the passenger you can still see in the left side of the screen wearing the pink shirt.
That is correct.
And can you explain too how some of these images are in color and then others are in black and white?
At the center, top center of the screen, you'll see EON, which stands for EO narrow, which is the zoomed in version of the camera. That's as close as I can get with this particular camera at this height. If it goes to EOW, EO wide, then it will be just a wide angle camera and definitely not as good quality of video. And then we have, which is the IR camera, which when the whole screen turns black and white, that's using infrared heat technology to look at vehicles and people. With the shadows the way they are, I was flipping back and forth between infrared and daytime cameras just to see if I can get better video.
Looking at your screen again, if you could please explain to the jury too the symbols that are on the left side. Obviously it says north with an arrow down. That's the direction, correct?
That is correct. That's the direction we're looking.
And then,
On the down below that is the gimbal location, which the gimbal is what we call the camera. It shows 035, which is the degrees, how low the camera is pointed to the ground. And then below that is another circle that shows 256 degrees in a lateral movement and a compass heading of where the camera is facing.
and what does that mean further down where it says, it looks like high disarm?
That is the laser. So if we had the laser on, it would have been in high mode. It's currently disarmed. It's obviously not usable. It's worthless during the daytime.
So specifically, the lasers are used in the evening?
It's a infrared laser. So when we're guiding law enforcement to either a victim or a suspect, we can use that laser to help folks with if they're equipped with night vision goggles.
And then to the bottom right of the screen where it says off and none, what does that refer to?
Off and none. I have to admit I don't know it. I don't recall what that is. It's 2014 when I started this job. They told me what it was, and it's not something we use on a daily basis, and I don't recall that what that means.
do you know, sir, by watching this video, whether or not the driver of that white vehicle has already, when it was placed in the patrol car, if he's already left the scene?
I don't think he's left the scene. I think it's the SUV directly in front of the white vehicle right now is the one he was put in. I took my eyes off those vehicles during the video, so I don't recall if the vehicle left.
And sir, what part of town is IH-10 and FM-1516?
It'll be the east side of San Antonio, almost to the city limits of, or the outskirts of Bexar County.
And you, several vehicles now are pulling away from the scene, what appear to be either police vehicles or police marked vehicles or undercover vehicles. Is that correct? You see them kind of leaving the scene?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you continue to videotape the scene as it's occurring until what point?
From what I recall, we made several radio calls asking, how long they needed us, and no one was responding. We continued videotaping until I got a response saying we're no longer required on scene, and we were, from the point the video stops, we were actually on our way, leaving the area.
Okay.
So approximately another 40 minutes left to go on the video, I think.
Okay, so it's about 44 minutes in total, and so we have
I'm sorry,
another
25 minutes of video.
23 minutes left. Okay. And the remaining 23 minutes that's contained on State's Exhibit 237 just shows basically what we're seeing now, right? The vehicles slowly pull away from the white vehicle.
That's correct.
And based on what you've seen, the suspect's been removed from the scene, is that correct?
It would be my guess that yes, the suspect has been removed.
I mean, you personally didn't take place in the arrest or identifying the driver or the passenger. Your job was solely being, 13,000 or 12,000 feet above and videotaping it's the arrest as it's occurring. Is that correct?
That is correct. I could not verify the suspect's identity or the driver's identity or anything like that. I was just basically monitoring a vehicle.
And after you all received notice, you and the pilot received notice that you could leave the area, it's fine to stop videotaping and leave the area. What then happened to the videotape footage that you had of the arrest?
We immediately went back to the airport, and the video's on a SD memory card. Pulled that memory card out, brought it back to the office, and downloaded the video onto DVD to present to law enforcement investigative divisions for SAPD or Bexar County, whoever's needing the video.
Thank you, and I'll pass the witness.
No questions taken, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Take
Yes,
care.
sir. All right, State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Daniel Elhorn. Yes, sir.
You can have a seat. I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you know where you can. Make sure everybody can hear you. If you could introduce yourself to the jury, spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Officer Daniel Elborn. Last name is spelled Elborne. First name Daniel.
All right, State.
Thank you, Tim. Officer Elhorn, how are you employed?
I'm a police officer with the San Antonio Police Department.
You may want to move the mic just a tiny bit. It's causing a little static.
Sorry.
You said you're a police officer with the San Antonio Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you been a police officer with SAPD?
Coming up on 15 years, ma'am.
And if you would tell the jury briefly where when you got out of the academy, the different assignments you've had.
Yes, ma'am. When I exited the academy, I worked the South Dog Watch shift, the overnight shift. And then I spent most of my time for the next 3 years at Central, what we call B shift, which is 2:30 to 10:30 p.m. And I've been on the San Antonio SWAT team for coming up on 11 years in October.
You said you're on the San Antonio SWAT team?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is the SWAT team?
We're a specialized unit. SWAT stands for Special Weapons and Tactics. Our day-to-day activities focus on apprehending high-risk suspects or high-risk operations.
And were you a member of the SWAT team on November 21st of 2016?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Were you, as a member of the SWAT team, did you participate in the arrest of an individual identified as Otis McKane?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Do you see that individual, Otis McKane, in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, would you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
The gentleman in the bluish grayish shirt, blue pants, black shoes, and a tie.
And where is he seated at this table? If this is the gentleman next to me is one, where is the defendant seated?
The fourth position from the center, ma'am, closest to the wall.
Okay. And for the record, you've identified the defendant, Otis McKane?
Yes, ma'am.
So prior to the apprehension of the defendant, were you involved in any kind of covert or surveillance earlier that day on November 21st of 2016?
Earlier that day, ma'am, we were tasked with standing by in apartment areas up by the Lincoln courts. They had covert surveillance units watching different areas for the suspect. And so I wouldn't say that my tasking was as much surveillance as it was to be on standby to respond to the surveillance units when they were ready for us to make an apprehension.
Okay. And so the covert units, is it your understanding, Officer Elborn, that the covert units were in various locations, whether, the Lincoln courts near Lombrano? Are you familiar with the Lincoln courts?
A little bit, yes, ma'am.
Okay. A street called Lombrano?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That the covert units were in specific areas. Should the suspect come back to that area, then what would SWAT's involvement be at that time?
Once they positively identified the suspect, they would have told us that they had the ID, at which point we would have moved up and taken the suspect into custody.
Was it determined at some point in the afternoon on November 21st of 2016 that the suspect may be in a white Buick Century?
Yes, it was, ma'am.
Okay, and how was that determined, if you know?
The surveillance and covert units were able to identify the suspect in his vehicle in the I-10 corridor in the vicinity of 1560 or Highway 1560. And they notified us, and then we were told over the radio by our supervisor to proceed to that location.
And how far away were y'all from, when I mean y'all, I mean the SWAT officers. Do you recall when you were told to proceed to that location?
I don't remember the exact time of day, but it was a pretty quick turnaround. I remember once the ID was established, it was very quick. We were told to rapidly get over there as quickly as possible.
Okay. And when you say we, do you recall how many units were involved, or how many SWAT officers were involved?
It was the majority of the SWAT team, ma'am. We're a 25-man team total, so I don't know if it was 100% that day, but it was the majority of us.
And so at what point did the SWAT officers stop the Buick, or the white Buick, that you all had received information that the defendant was in?
The Buick was exiting a gas station with a fast food facility in it. It proceeded under I-10. We believed it was going to turn in the eastbound lane, at which point we were able to stop it with some marked units and some unmarked units to take the suspect into custody.
And as the suspect vehicle drove underneath IH-10, tell the jury what happened at that point.
As the vehicle was coming underneath I-10, we had several blacked out police explorers that were able to position themselves in front of the vehicle to prevent the vehicle from moving forward. There were other police units that were able to position themselves at a distance behind the vehicle so as to immobilize it. And then the unmarked units pulled up, and we were able to get out of the vehicle, make our way up to the vehicle, and take the suspect into custody.
And what's the purpose of the unmarked units being utilized in this case?
It provides us an opportunity to safely move up to the suspect without them seeing that there's police presence right there. So it enables us to catch them off guard and gives us a little bit of an advantage.
And is there a concern about officer safety in a situation like this, where you are attempting to stop a vehicle and apprehend a suspect on an arrest warrant for the arrest of capital murder or the killing of a police detective?
Yes, ma'am. I would say there's always a risk for officer safety in everything we do.
Okay. But in this case specifically?
Specifically, we knew we had an armed assailant who was suspected of killing a police officer, so it was definitely a high-risk operation.
And so does that explain the number of SWAT officers involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we had the opportunity before you got on the witness stand to watch the video of the arrest from 12,000 feet above. Can you tell us, though, from being on the ground, what happened when the undercover black vehicles, right, stopped in front of the white Buick? And I'm going to show you what's been introduced in the evidence as State's Exhibit number 308. Judge Manfred?
Yes.
I can show you. Officer Elborn, do you see the vehicle in State's Exhibit number 308?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, and do you recognize that vehicle?
I do.
Okay, and how is it that you recognize it?
I was there the day of the apprehension, ma'am, and that is the suspect's vehicle that we pulled him out of the driver's seat.
Okay, and this is the white Buick Century, license plate number HBJ7366, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said the suspect he was pulled or removed from the driver's seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that suspect is whom?
Otis McKane, the gentleman in the courtroom.
Okay, the same person you identified earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was there anybody else inside the vehicle with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am. There was an adult female and a child, a young female.
And where was the adult female seated?
She was sitting in the front passenger seat.
And then the child that you referred to, where was the child seated?
I believe she was behind the female, so in the rear passenger seat.
And so as the SWAT vehicles pull up in front of the white Buick, you said there was other officer vehicles pull up from behind.
Yes, ma'am. They keep at a distance because when we execute an operation, right, obviously, like we talked about earlier, officer safety is the primary concern. So the SWAT team was tasked with the apprehension. So the other units that you might have seen further back, as you can see in the picture, they're on the other side of the highway. They're kind of keeping that far perimeter.
And it's to prevent, what's the purpose of creating a perimeter?
Sure. To prevent the suspect from escaping custody.
Okay. And does it also prevent other vehicles, or public, vehicles out in the community or public from driving up or pulling
Absolutely.
into this particular scene as
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
taking down, as it's occurring, right?
Absolutely, yes.
So it's for public safety, officer safety, and the safety of the defendant and the passengers in that white Buick.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we saw in the video that as the SWAT officers are approaching, as they exit it, as you and your fellow officers exit the vehicles and are approaching, that there seems to be some sort of like smoke that comes from the back of this white Buick.
Yes, ma'am. We deployed a diversion device.
Okay, can you tell the jury what a diversion device is and the purpose of it?
Yes, ma'am. So oftentimes in high-risk operations, we'll deploy a distraction or diversionary device. It has a 1.5 second fuse once it's deployed, and it emits a very loud bang and a very bright flash. And the purpose of that is to distract the suspect so we can make a safer approach, essentially keeping him off guard so he can't prepare to attack us.
And is that something that's used in situations like this?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
And who deployed the diversion device?
I did.
And is there specialized training that you received in order to deploy that particular device?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what type of training is that, sir?
We go through like an academic at first. There's like a classroom on it, so we understand the safety precautions and the best methods and practices to deploy that device. And then, of course, there's like the physical training of actually removing the pin, throwing it, looking, making sure that wherever you deploy it will be a safe place to deploy.
Okay, and did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Okay, and so where did you deploy the distraction device?
The device went off behind the vehicle.
And the decision to deploy it there, and deploy means where you're, throwing it?
Where I'm throwing it to, ma'am, yeah, where I want it to land.
Okay, where you want it to land. And the decision for you to throw it behind the vehicle, how did you choose that particular spot?
Well, as we were coming to the front of the vehicle, the suspect inside the vehicle would be able to see us. So the idea being that if we have a diversionary device go off behind the vehicle, he may be looking behind him in order to assess the situation, and that gives us a tactical advantage to take everybody into custody safely.
Okay, and the tactical advantage is what, sir?
To distract him, or throw him off guard, or cause confusion.
Okay, and so when after you deployed the distraction device and it went off behind the vehicle, what then happened? What did you then do, and what did you observe other SWAT officers do?
We approached the vehicle and formed almost a line in front of the vehicle, covering down on all suspects. We began giving commands to put your hands up or show us your hands. Oftentimes we'll say, put your hands on your face, that sort of thing. At which point I moved around to the driver's side door with other officers covering down for safety. This is a tactic we train on fairly often. And I opened the driver's side door, scanned and assessed the suspect for any weapons on his person, undid his seatbelt, assisted him to the ground, at which point he was handcuffed and taken into custody.
Okay. And so at what point are you checking for weapons on the suspect?
When I opened the door, if you saw in the video earlier, there's a pause between me opening the door and putting hands on the suspect. That pause is for me to assess if he has anything in his lap, anything on the floorboards, anything in the door, the center console, the headrest, anything he could potentially reach for and use as a weapon against me or the other officers.
Officer Elborn, we're looking at State's Exhibit 327, a DVD that was introduced showing the arrest of the defendant, Otis McKane.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you can tell us what's occurring at this point from the ground level.
So the suspect vehicle is stopped at the moment. You can see multiple black police explorers are pulling up to block the vehicles from the front. They're exiting. I am in the white unmarked police vehicle over here on the left at the bottom of the screen. We're currently exiting and making our way up to the vehicle. Go ahead. At this point, I deploy the diversionary device. You can see it goes off behind the vehicle.
And where are you in this video?
I am right on the passenger side of that unmarked white vehicle, that SUV. I'm standing right in the shadow of it.
Can you see yourself?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay. If you can touch the screen
Oh,
and circle where you are. If you hit highlight it,
oh,
you see it? And then you can make a mark. Okay.
That's me right there.
So you put a red mark where you're standing?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we see the smoke from the diversion device, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you have, in this, obviously where we stop with the video, you had just thrown the diversionary device.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it landed behind the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're watching you. Where are you now, sir?
I'm moving over to the passenger side of the vehicle to assess. Our primary goal is to take the suspect into custody first. All other occupants become secondary. So as we're moving up to the vehicle, we're assessing to see where the suspect is in the vehicle.
Okay. And is that you? Can you make a mark of where you are, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what are you doing now, sir?
So now we've determined that the suspect is in the driver's seat, and obviously you can see the team shifts to make the driver's seat the primary focus of responsibility. I'm opening the door. Highlight myself again.
I changed it to yellow, but it's not. So can you try it now?
There we go.
Can you try it now?
Do it again?
Please.
Okay.
So you highlighted where you're standing over by the driver's side door, is that correct, Officer Elborn?
Yes, ma'am. In this video, I've just opened the driver's side door, and I'm now assessing the suspect for any weapons.
And again, that's for officer safety, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what's occurring right now?
Once I got the suspect's seatbelt off, I assisted him down to the ground. We place him face first and handcuff him behind his back.
And what is the purpose of having the suspect removed from the vehicle and placed face down on the ground and handcuffed?
Everything we do is for officer safety, and so we want to put him in a position of disadvantage to enable us to take him into custody for everyone's safety.
When you searched the suspect or looked around in the passenger area of the vehicle, did you find a firearm?
I did not search the passenger side of the vehicle, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry, the inside of the vehicle.
No, I did not. Based on my assessment, prior to pulling the suspect out, I did not see any weapons.
So the suspect is now brought over to another vehicle. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, ma'am. That's another unmarked SUV that we were utilizing that day.
Okay. And what was the purpose of Mr. McKane being brought over to the other SUV, the unmarked SUV?
There's still occupants inside the vehicle when I brought him over, so we want to remove him from that, so that way the rest of the SWAT team can deal with whoever else is inside the vehicle.
And when you say the vehicle, you're referring to the white Buick?
Yes, ma'am, the suspect's vehicle.
and you can see the defendant now being walked over. Where is he going?
Yes, ma'am. He was handed off to another officer who then escorted him to a marked police unit and placed him in the back seat.
And did you go with him, or where are you now?
I did not, ma'am. I am probably somewhere in the vicinity of the suspect's vehicle. Yes, I'm by the back door of the suspect's vehicle.
Now, did you have any dealings or conversations with the female front seat passenger?
No, ma'am.
And if we see her, she's with other SWAT officers are handling her. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you can see the female passenger being escorted. Can you at the top of the screen? Or did you see that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
At any time, you're still out there, correct? The defendant has now been placed in a patrol vehicle?
Yes.
That we saw on the video?
That's correct.
At any time, did any police officer fire any shots at the defendant?
No, ma'am.
Did any officer use any unnecessary force in removing the defendant from the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Would you explain to the jury the force that was used in order to get the defendant out of the front seat and secure him on the ground in order to handcuff him?
Yeah, I would say it was very minimal force. The suspect was compliant at all times.
Was the suspect injured in any way during his arrest?
No.
Did the suspect complain? And when I say suspect, I'm talking about the arrested person, Otis McKane.
Yes, ma'am.
Did the defendant, Otis McKane, did he complain about any injuries?
No. No, ma'am.
To any officer in your presence?
No, ma'am.
And did you hear any other shot? Did you hear any shots going on?
No, ma'am. There were no shots fired at any time.
And if there were shots fired, is there a specific protocol as to what must occur if there were shots fired?
Yes, ma'am. If there are shots fired, then it's classified as an officer-involved shooting, at which point the homicide unit would send out a team. A CSI would come out. They would take our weapons into custody. There would be what we call a download of ammunition to count the number of rounds to see who shot and who didn't.
Okay. And in this case, there was not that investigation because why?
Because there was no shooting, ma'am.
Okay, no shots fired.
Correct.
Right? And is it such where an individual may think, based on the distraction device, does that sound like a shot?
I wouldn't define it as sounding, but it is quite a loud bang.
Okay.
So
A bang or
to an untrained person, it could potentially sound like a gunshot. Yes, ma'am.
But you said minimal force was used on the defendant?
Yes, ma'am. The suspect was compliant at all times. He didn't give anybody any problems as far as exiting the vehicle or getting taken or placed in handcuffs.
Okay. And there was no shots or any type of unnecessary force used. Is that correct? Pertaining to the arrest of this defendant, Otis McKane?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. And is it your understanding, Officer Elborn, that the defendant was arrested pursuant to an arrest warrant for the offense of capital murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Now you personally did not transport the defendant down to police headquarters, did you?
That is correct. I did not.
Okay. And do you know who transported the defendant to police headquarters?
I believe it was Officers Joe Mascoro and Chris Infinger.
And so what did you do, sir, after the defendant was transported away from the scene by Officer Infinger and Officer Mascoro?
Once the scene was secure, we returned to the SWAT office and wrote our reports.
Now you said at the scene, this particular scene of the arrest that we just watched on State's Exhibit 327, besides the SWAT members, you said there's 25 or so on your team. You weren't sure if they were all present, but there's a significant number.
Yes, ma'am,
right?
absolutely.
Were there also other supervisors on the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so do you recall which supervisors were on the scene of this arrest?
I believe it was Sergeant Frank Gutierrez, Sergeant Rudy Quintero, and our lieutenant at the time, Jaime Trevino.
Okay. And what about Sergeant Dave Anderson as well?
Yes, he was also there, ma'am.
Okay. And the supervisor, so we have, a team of SWAT officers, but then you have your supervisors, your sergeants, and then above sergeants is the lieutenant?
Yes, ma'am.
Trevino?
That's
Okay.
correct.
And so, what is the purpose of the sergeants and the lieutenants also being present at this scene?
Well, they're there to make sure the policy and procedure are being followed.
Okay. And in your opinion, Officer Alborn, based on what you observed, the entire scene, were the policies and procedures followed in the arrest of the defendant Otis McKane?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point that evening, did you also go to the Lincoln Court, specifically to the 2 apartments on Lombrano? The apartments I'm referring to are 1230 and 1236 Lombrano, to assist other SWAT officers in clearing those apartments to make sure that they are safe after a consensus search was given on one and a search warrant was done on the other.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And were those apartments clear?
They were.
And clear means what?
At the time, there was no one inside the apartments. They were both empty.
Okay. And is that common for SWAT to go inside and clear an apartment before CSI and other officers come and search a particular location?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. Very
And
common.
why is that, sir?
Again, going back to officer safety and the safety of the CSI personnel, they're unarmed personnel, so our job is to make sure there's no threat for them and they can do their job free of risk.
All right. Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Officer Alborn, my name's Joel Perez, and I represent Mr. McKane here to my right. On the diversionary device, is that also called a flashbang? Someone called it a flashbang earlier.
Yes, ma'am. It can. Yes, sir. It can be called a flashbang.
And you said you deployed it correctly, but if it's deployed incorrectly, it could cause harm to someone, right?
I suppose that's possible, but that would be highly unusual. To my knowledge, I'm not aware of anybody being injured by a flashbang as far as our team and how we use it, sir.
Okay. Now, other than the video that we have from 12,000, 13,000 feet, did you were in an Escalade?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did that Escalade have a co-band video in the front?
No, sir, it did not.
And I noticed you're wearing a suit today. Sometimes SWAT dresses in military uniforms type or regular police uniforms. Do you recall if you were in a military, you know what I'm talking about, like SWAT dresses, more military looking?
I don't, sir. Our SWAT team doesn't utilize military uniforms. In that particular day, we were wearing our standard police uniform.
Okay. And do you all utilize what is very common now, is even in 2016, was body cams?
We did not have body cams at that time, sir.
Nobody did?
Nobody on the SWAT team, no, sir.
Okay. And just briefly, with regards to any shots being fired, generally that would have to be self-reported, correct?
I don't understand the question.
I couldn't hear. Self-what?
The prosecutor asked you that if there's any shots fired, you would have to do an officer involved shooting report and the like, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But that would have to be self-reported by the officer?
Or any other officer at the scene.
What about a witness, a person, a citizen reporting shots fired? And do you all investigate that?
Well, sir, I'm not on the officer-involved shooting team, so I don't know how the homicide unit investigates those particular things. But any citizen calls 911 and says they hear shots fired, we'll send officers to the scene to, make sure everything's okay.
No, I'm talking, have you ever had an occasion where police are arresting somebody, and let's say the suspect or a person in a car, a person walking by says, hey, the police fired shots or fired a shot, then is there an investigation that's supposed to go on then?
To my knowledge, not based off of just a civilian making a statement, no, sir.
So I go back around, it has to be self-reported by the police officer himself.
Well, no, sir, it can be reported by any other officer at the scene that witnessed it or heard it.
police,
Yes, sir.
not a citizen.
To my knowledge, sir, citizens can't initiate investigations for officer-involved shootings.
Okay. And then you said that you deployed the diversionary device, and in the video we can see you approach the passenger side of the vehicle, and then you made movement to the driver's side because that's where the suspect was at the time. Now, were you carrying a handgun or a rifle or something?
Yes, sir. I had my duty-issued pistol.
Okay. And when you report in your testimony and also in your report that you reached in and undid the seat belt. The seat belt is more towards the inner center part of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
Did you still have your service weapon in your right hand?
At that time, no, sir. I had holstered my weapon.
And you testified that the suspect was compliant throughout, you said.
Yes, sir.
And so I think you said that you all were yelling, hands on your face, hands up, show us your hands, something along those lines, right?
We were giving commands, yes, sir.
Correct. And when you all were giving those commands, did Mr. McKane comply?
He did.
And as you were reaching in for the seatbelt, to undo the seatbelt, was he compliant at that moment in time?
He was.
And as you grabbed his left arm, or left wrist, I believe you said, to assist him out, if you will, or to drag him out, I'm not too sure which way, I can't tell from the video. Was he compliant at that time?
He was.
While you were, who patted him down on the ground?
I did, sir.
Okay. Was he compliant, or was he resisting arrest?
He was compliant and not resisting, sir.
Okay. And further, did you take him over to the SUV, the black SUV?
It was myself and another officer.
Okay. And then a further search was conducted at that point, and he was already handcuffed, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you conduct that search?
I did, sir.
Okay. And was Mr. McCain compliant at that time?
He was.
No violence directed at you?
Correct, sir.
No threatening statements directed at you?
Correct.
Okay. And then at some point, I guess, you handed him over to Mascoro and the other officers, I don't recall their names.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And that was at the extent of, other than going over to the search, with regards to this incident here, was that the extent of your participation, sir?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. No further questions.
I have just a few follow-up. Defense counsel was asking you about if shots would have been fired, the only way that an officer has to self-report. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do, ma'am.
Okay. But as an officer, are you required to report if another officer fired shots?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It would be in our report.
It would be in your report if another officer had fired shots.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Yes.
And in fact, there are 3 sergeants and a lieutenant, and those are sergeants to the SWAT team?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and a lieutenant who's also assigned to SWAT.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they also would have an obligation and be required to report if any shots were fired.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But the bottom line is, were there any shots fired
No, ma'am. There were no shots fired at any time.
at that scene?
Correct.
Okay. And then defense counsel asked you, when you reached in to unbuckle the seatbelt where the defendant was seated in the driver's seat, did you have your weapon in your hand, and your response was no, that you had holstered your weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
Your firearm. What was the purpose of holstering your firearm when you're reaching in to unbuckle the defendant's seatbelt?
That way I can utilize both hands, and I don't have a weapon in my hand while dealing with another suspect.
Okay. And again, officer safety, is that
Yes, ma'am.
correct? And did you know, or did the SWAT officers know, that there was also a DPS airplane above?
We had heard earlier there was, yes ma'am.
Okay, all right, I'll pass that.
No questions. Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, State, call your next witness.
Call Officer Zigmond.
Judge, can I get a cover off the state's and put it on
Yes.
this link? I think that'll help.
Thank you, Mary. You can have a seat. I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Approach the microphone, make sure everybody can hear you. Introduce yourself to the jury, spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Hello, I'm Christopher Zigmont, name spelled Christopher. Last name is Zygmont.
All right, State.
Officer Zigmont, are you from San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
Born and raised, high school, everything?
Yes, sir. John Jay High School.
Oh, John Jay.
Yes, sir.
What about any college? You have any college?
Yes, sir. A little bit at the Alamo Community Colleges. I finished up at Wayland Baptist.
Okay, so you have a bachelor's degree?
Yes, sir.
What about any prior military service?
Yes, sir. I spent a little over 4 years in the Marines.
And so when did you join the San Antonio Police Department?
In October of 2001.
So basically, you've got what, about 20 years?
Almost, yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell the members of the jury what roles you've played or what jobs you've had within the department?
After the academy, broke out on West Patrol, kind of where I grew up. After that, I spent a little time on Bike Patrol. And in 2009, I made the transfer over to the SWAT team, and I've been there ever since.
And just briefly, can you tell the members of the jury what are the duties of the SWAT team?
We train a lot, and we handle a lot of the critical incidents that arise in town. For instance, this morning we had a barricaded suspect with hostages down on Somerset.
He's allowed to explain what his job is.
All right, just overall, just short.
Just briefly, if you could tell us, so y'all were dealing with a hostage situation this morning?
A critical incident, yes, sir, and that's pretty much the purpose for the SWAT team.
Okay. Now, Officer Zigmont, I want to take you back to November 20th, 2016. Okay, about 11:30 in the morning on that Sunday. Do you remember? First of all, do you remember November 20th, 2016?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and why is it that you remember that day, sir?
Well, that was the morning that Officer Marconi was killed.
And did you know Officer Marconi or Detective Marconi?
I knew of him, yes, sir.
And where were you at about 11:30 that Sunday morning?
I was at headquarters, inside the headquarters building at the homicide unit. We were involved in a situation the evening prior, which a few of our officers on the team had to use force against a suspect who was unfortunately killed, and we were there at homicide giving statements for that reason.
And at some point, did you exit the building after you were finished with your assignment there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And roughly about what time was that, if you remember?
I don't recall what time, sir.
Okay. When you stepped out of the public safety headquarters, did you come out of the regular main lobby, or how did you exit the building?
There's an exit door on the south side of the building. It's on the ground floor, which leads into an open air parking lot.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Officer, let me show you it's admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 56. And, okay. Do you basically see, what's depicted in State's Exhibit 56?
That's the south side of the headquarters building. I don't see the door. I'm guessing it's behind the tree there.
Okay, but that would have been the side of the building that you exited out of?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as you were exiting out of the building, what, if anything, occurred?
As I exited the building, I couldn't have taken more than 2 steps. I heard tires screeching, and then I heard a crunch to my left as I was walking. I look over, and I see a black 4-door vehicle speeding through the parking lot just in front of me.
Okay. Officer Zygmunt, let me show you now what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 222. Do you recognize what's depicted in State's Exhibit 222?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The black 4-door vehicle that passed in front of me.
Okay. And behind that black 4-door vehicle, do you see the arms of the SAPD parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was it, officer, that drew your attention? I mean, you said you heard squealing tires. Did you hear anything? Did you hear the car hit the arm?
That's what I said. I heard squealing tires. I mean, downtown San Antonio, squealing tires isn't kind of an unusual sound. And then the crunch, just kind of a unfamiliar, audible crunch. And like I said, as I looked over to my left, the car is going under the gate arm of the parking lot.
And what were you thinking? I mean, try to put yourself back in that position. You're walking out. You're in the San Antonio Police Department, supposedly secure parking
Your Honor, I
lot.
would object to leading, Your Honor.
I'll sustain.
You hear and see this. What was going through your mind?
Honestly, not much. Like I said, I'd been up all night. It was kind of a long night, cold night, and I just thought, man, somebody tried to turn into the parking lot and didn't see the arm. They hit the arm, spooked them, so that's the purpose of them driving away quickly, because they did something kind of dumb, I guess.
And what happened after you saw that? Did you see the driver? You described the car. Did you see the driver of that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe the driver of that vehicle?
It was a black male wearing a black hoodie, baseball cap with a straight bill. There was some kind of white writing on the top that I couldn't, at the time I gave my statement, I couldn't identify what it was. The black male had facial hair, and that's pretty much the description that I had then.
Okay. And that description that you just recited for the jury here today, is that the description that you gave authorities that morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is that the description, to the best of your knowledge, that went out over the air about the individual that was driving the black vehicle that tore through the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
Object to leading, Your Honor.
I'll sustain.
To the best of your knowledge, was that the description that was given to the authorities?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And once you saw the car go by you, what, if anything, did you do next, officer?
So I continued walking to my car. My car was, as I come out of the building, I guess to my right. So I'm walking southwest of the building. I take a few more steps, watch the vehicle go around the corner of the headquarters building, and I kind of look back towards the gate arm. And I noticed there's a police vehicle there with lights on. Again, it's not really that unusual. I'm at police headquarters. There's a police car out front. It's got lights on. I take a few more steps towards my car, and I'm kind of looking one way, and I kind of look back at the vehicle, and I'm kind of getting annoyed because I can't see where the police officer's at, and I'm starting to think, maybe this guy was on a traffic stop and he's running from the officer, or he's fleeing the traffic stop, or I start to take in the scene now, and there was another vehicle there, if I remember correctly, that was stopped in front of the police vehicle, and I'm thinking, well, maybe it was an accident, and one of the drivers decided to flee. So that's kind of what's, like I said, I'm pretty exhausted, and my mind's kind of working on kind of what am I looking at? What did I just see?
Now, before we go on, did you approach that area?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. The black vehicle that you saw, can you tell us which way and which direction that vehicle proceeded as it passed you?
It went in front of me. It was going westbound. It turned the corner, which would put it northbound, I guess, and that's the last time that I saw it.
And the manner, you were describing the manner in which it was being driven when you first saw it. Did it continue in that same manner as it was going throughout the parking lot?
Yeah, it was driving pretty quick.
So, did you see you said you saw another vehicle in front of or near the patrol vehicle. Do you remember anything about that vehicle or the occupants of that vehicle?
I don't remember too much about the vehicle. I remember it was kind of like a sporty car. I really don't remember what it was, what make. I couldn't tell you.
Okay. So you were saying things looked a little confusing. So what did you do?
So just as I'm still starting to take this in, I remember, I think he was the driver of that vehicle that was stopped in front of the police car. I remember him getting out of the vehicle, and he had this kind of look, this expression of kind of shock on his face. And to me, I thought, that's just not right. Like something's kind of off. That's when I started walking at first in that direction. And I really don't remember when I started running or jogging, but I could kind of tell, okay, this is a little bit more urgent. I said something to the driver, something along the lines of like where the hell is the police officer at, or something like that. And again, he's standing there kind of in shock, and he says something. I remember he had his hands up, and he said something like, "I don't know what happened. The guy shot him." Something along. I don't. It's not verbatim, but something along those lines.
But this person was, based on your 20 years of experience as a police officer and having been a Marine for 4 years, it was your opinion this person was in shock?
Yeah, he had that kind of like the blood just ran out of his face kind of look on him.
Okay. And at this point in time, can you see a police officer in the vehicle?
No, sir.
Is there anybody else around the vehicle other than you and the person who's got his hands up?
I don't remember anybody else.
Okay. Now, you say at some point you began jogging or running over there? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you do remember doing that?
Yes.
All right. After the person tells you, and the person who's in shock tells you he just shot him, what did you do?
I continued that direction. I remember looking down on the ground like for somebody. And as I made my way around the car door is when I was first able to see Ben slumped over in the seat.
And can you remember anything about the car? Were the doors open or closed? Were the windows up or down? You said the lights were on, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you remember anything else about the position of the vehicle?
The patrol vehicle?
Yes, sir.
The driver's door was wide open.
Okay. And what did you see? Can you describe for the members of the jury what you saw when you got to the driver's door of Detective Marconi's vehicle?
Well, Ben was slumped over, as low as you could possibly get in a patrol car. You would think that somebody sitting in the car, you wouldn't be able to see him over the dashboard, but he was over the console where our whaler is, lights, the speaker, but he was slumped over, best of my memory. Kind of just leaned over sideways.
Did you say anything to him?
I don't remember. I'm sure I did. I don't remember.
Okay. Did you touch him?
I did eventually.
Okay. At that point, was it just you and Detective Marconi, or at this point, did you decide to call for help?
I got on the radio. I don't know how soon I got on the radio, and I don't remember if it was my radio, if I even had a radio on me, or it was his. And I notified dispatch that we had an officer down. I think I asked for EMS. I may have given, again, my mind's working. I may have given a description of the suspect vehicle. I don't remember at that time. But I did that very quickly, and then I started addressing Ben. There was somebody ran up. I want to say that he said he was in the Army. I think he said, "Sir, I'm an Army medic. Can I help you?" I never got his name. I don't remember exactly what he looked like, but I asked him, "Yeah, please," and the two of us got him out of the vehicle.
And what did you do once you got him out of the vehicle?
We assessed him the best we could, and kind of immediately outstanding was the large hole in the back of his head is what we kind of assessed. There wasn't a lot of blood at the time coming from that. And then I remember there was a female, and she may have been an occupant of the vehicle that was on the traffic stop. And I ruefully, I took something from her. I think it was a shirt or a sweater to use to compress the wound on his head. I think as we were going through an assessment, looking for anything else we could deal with, maybe there was something else, another wound that needed attention, or we could stop some bleeding. One of our teammates came up, Frank Ruiz came up, and he's a TAC medic. And I asked him, I said, "Hey Frank, like tell me what to do. I don't know what else to do."
And at this point, is it yourself, Frank, your fellow SWAT member, and the Army guy who were trying to assist Detective Marconi?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, does the EMS arrive?
They did, very quickly.
And did you help assist with the putting Detective Marconi into the EMS?
I don't think so. I think as they got there, they started to take over. I got out of there, and I was working, helping. There was a lot of people by now, putting out descriptions of the suspect vehicle, kind of what I thought I saw at the time.
Okay.
I think I mentioned also, like I was mentioning the cameras, like, hey, somebody needs to pull those cameras on the building so they can get a good picture of the suspect vehicle.
So at the time, were you believing, or were they realizing you were probably one of the first witnesses?
Honestly, it was a pretty chaotic scene. Everybody, it seemed like everybody was trying to do something. Like everybody was trying to be helpful.
And what did you do then after EMS took Detective Marconi? Did your duties continue? Like I think you said you gave a statement. Is that correct?
Yeah, we stayed in the parking lot for just a little bit. I think we kind of canvassed. We kind of walked the parking lot up and down for a minute or two, maybe looking for shell casings or maybe a weapon that was thrown. And then 10, 15 minutes later, we went back up to homicide to give statements on this.
Okay. So that was. Did you have any other involvement once so on November 20th, 2016, after you went up and gave your statement, you already testified to this jury, it had been a long evening and now day for you. Did you go home, or did your duties continue after you gave your statements on November 20th, 2016?
Immediately after that, I went home. I was done for the day. They let us know. They had nothing else to go on as of the moment, so they let us go, told us, be by your phones. And I went home and got some sleep.
And were you called out again?
No, not that evening. We were called back early the next day. because they had picked up some information on a suspect, and we were going to go and help with the surveillance and possible arrest or takedown if they were able to find a suspect.
Okay, so the next day would have been Monday, November 21st, 2016. And do you recall where, when you were called out to do surveillance, what area or location SWAT was asked to surveil?
We were on the shallow west side, Hamilton, Lambrano, the courts over there in that area.
Okay. Would that be the Lincoln courts?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did y'all stay there, or were you ordered or asked or tasked to move to another location?
We were assigned that area until something else changed. At some point, there was a vehicle that was maybe a suspect vehicle, didn't know quite what was going on. The vehicle started traveling, and then at some point, the decision was made for us to go ahead and try to catch up to that vehicle because they believed the suspect was inside of that vehicle.
And as it turned out, was the suspect inside of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And as it turned out, were you part of the takedown of that vehicle?
Yes.
And do you remember what vehicle you were in when you took part in the takedown of that individual?
I was in the lead vehicle.
You were in the lead vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And were you by yourself, or did you have a partner?
I had a partner.
And who was your partner?
Officer James Ibarra.
Now, the jury has seen the DPS video of the takedown. And can you describe what your duties were, or what you did as the lead vehicle when you arrived at the scene and the suspect vehicle was boxed in?
As always with surveillance, always a little on the fly, a little confusing sometimes. The suspect vehicle was at a gas station, the other side of the highway as we were catching up to that intersection. The suspect was seen getting into the driver's seat of the vehicle, and they were reported to be leaving that gas station. There was a little confusion on the access roads because they were two-way, so we heard that they were traveling westbound, which made it sound like they were headed back the opposite direction on the highway. So as we started to creep up into the intersection to make the turn, and we realized we were staring right at the suspect vehicle and the suspect driving the vehicle. Me and my partner kind of made a decision like, hey, like, we got to go. And so we turned into the vehicle, parked in front of it, and exited our vehicle. From our vehicles, we kind of drag step just a sec to let some other officers catch up, and then we approached the vehicle from the front in a linear formation.
Okay. And what was your job at that point?
My job, where I ended up and I positioned myself on the driver, which was the suspect. So I approached him, held him at gunpoint, and was giving him commands through the windshield.
Okay. Was it your job to take him out of the vehicle, or was it your job to cover him while someone else removed him from the vehicle?
I was covering him. I didn't put hands on him, as I had a rifle in both hands, a little hard to do. So there were other officers that extracted him from the vehicle.
Okay. And do you recall who the occupants of the vehicle were? How many were there?
The suspect was a driver. There was an adult female on the passenger side, and there was a small female child in the back seat, in the back passenger seat, if I remember correctly.
And you were dealing with the driver. Do you remember, if you recall, what your partner James Ibarra, who he was dealing with?
No, I don't.
The individual that you had a rifle trained on November 21st, 2016. Do you see that individual in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you just point him out and describe what he's wearing, please?
The man sitting here in, I guess that's a blue shirt, black tie, glasses.
Officer Zygmunt, if this individual is 1, 2, 3, and 4, which number would that individual be?
Number 4.
Okay, the record will reflect that the officer has identified Otis McKane, the defendant. Officer Zygmunt, let me show you what's been admitted into evidence. The State's Exhibit 308. Do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what do you recognize that vehicle to be?
The suspect vehicle, the vehicle that we stopped that the suspect was driving.
Okay. And the suspect was the driver of that vehicle?
Yes,
And his female companion was the passenger of that vehicle?
yes.
Officer Zygmunt, was there a flashbang device deployed out there?
Yes, sir, I believe there was.
Okay. Were there any shots fired by any of the SWAT members that day?
No, sir.
Okay. Were there supervisors from the SWAT unit out there at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember how many?
I believe all of them,
Okay.
which would be at least the 3 supervisors and our lieutenant.
Were you aware that there was aircraft giving you cover and reporting what was going on?
Yes, sir.
The uniform you're wearing today, because I think you said earlier today you were on a call out for the hostage situation, is that the uniform you would have been wearing back in November of 2016?
For the critical incident?
No, well, the one you're wearing right now, or this isn't the one you were wearing for the critical incident?
No. We
Okay.
wear a green, like an olive drab green for
Okay.
when we're SWAT duties for
Okay.
critical incidents, and then this is our utility uniform for patrol stuff
Okay.
when we're doing patrol street work.
Well, the uniform you're wearing today in court, would that be the uniform that y'all were wearing back in November of 2016?
I believe so.
That's all I have, officer. I appreciate it. They may have some questions for you.
Officer Zygmunt, my name is Joel Pedersen. I represent Mr. McKane here to my right. Good afternoon, sir. You said that you were in the lead vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And because there was some confusion of the suspect vehicle going west, but in fact it's coming east, that's why you came up on it, kind of?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that a marked police unit that you were in?
It was a subdued police vehicle.
Okay, so you say subdued, or those that when you shine the light on it at night, you can see San Antonio police?
Yes, pretty much.
Okay, but it's not like an Escalade that's totally undercover?
The one I was in, no, sir.
Yeah, the one you were in?
No, sir.
Okay, and those I'm going to use the phrase you use, subdued vehicle, those are kind of like, they do traffic enforcement and the like, correct?
They do traffic enforcement.
Yes, I'm asking. I've seen them pull over cars, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, our traffic units,
Yes, sir.
they have different types of subdued cars and SUVs.
Okay. And now, in that vehicle you were in, because it is an official, as opposed to an undercover pickup that rope or wherever covert units use, did that vehicle have a coal ban on it?
I believe so.
Okay. And at the time, I don't remember back in 2016, did you all have, the SAPD, had they started issuing body cams?
I'm not sure. I know we didn't have them at the time, but I'm not sure if SAPD had already started implementing. It was a slow kind of rollout process that they had.
Yes, you're right. Now, but in this instance, when you say we didn't have them, do you mean SWAT didn't have them at all at the time?
The SWAT team didn't have body cameras.
It's not that you didn't have them that day?
No, we weren't issued them.
Yes, sir. Now, you said when you approached the suspect, which you identified as Mr. McKane here to my right, you said you had a long rifle.
Yes, sir.
And what kind of long rifle do you all utilize?
M4s or AR-15s, the common, how you identify them.
Sure. And again, the uniform that you were wearing at the time, on November 21st, 2016, was that the olive green military, or was it more like this black uniform?
No, I believe it was this uniform.
Okay. Now, when you approached Mr. McKane, was he compliant with your commands?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what kind of commands, at least maybe you were dictating?
Probably put your hands on your face. That's probably about all that I said.
Okay. And, it's been testified to, he was compliant when he was taken out of the vehicle.
Mhm.
I imagine you were right over him when he was patted down and handcuffed on the ground. He was compliant.
I believe he was compliant, sir. Once they extracted him from the vehicle, my attention stayed with the vehicle until it was cleared. I didn't. My focus wasn't on the pat down or the handcuffing of the suspect.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, officer.
Sir.
I have no questions. All right, your excuse.
Thank you.
Right, members of the jury, I'm going to give you a quick afternoon break. Let's make it about 10-15 minutes.
All right for the jury?
May be seated.
All right, members of the jury, welcome back. State, you can call your next witness.
Detective Frank Rodriguez.
All right, I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Make sure everybody can hear you. Just introduce yourself. Introduce yourself to the jury. Spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Detective Rodriguez, Frank Rodriguez. It's Frank Rodriguez.
State.
Thank you. Can you introduce yourself again to the members of the jury and tell them what you do for a living, sir?
Yes. I'm currently assigned to the Bike Patrol Unit as an investigator, plainclothes investigator. Excuse me, at the time of this incident, I was assigned to the SWAT team.
So, Detective Rodriguez, are you a San Antonio kid?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. What high school did you go to?
I went to Central Catholic.
Okay. You have a college degree?
I do.
Where'd you go to college?
St. Mary's University.
Okay. And now, how many years have you been a police officer, sir?
Just about 13.
Okay. And you said now you're a detective with Bike Patrol. Can you kind of, let's go back and tell the jury from the start, after you got out of the academy, what jobs have you held within the San Antonio Police Department?
Well, initially, upon graduating from the academy, we started as patrolmen for a certain amount of time, depending on what our avenues are in the future. But so I started with 5 years on patrol, the shallow west part of town. And then from there, I had a very brief assignment at the DWI unit for about 6 to 8 months. And then beyond that, I tried out for the SWAT team twice. The second time I made it, and stayed there for 5 years. And then after that, I promoted, which caused me to be reassigned to my current assignment. Or actually, prior to that, I was a family violence investigator, and then now I'm at Bike Patrol in a covert capacity, just like I stated before.
And at any point in your career, did you know Detective Benjamin Marconi?
I knew him by face. I knew who he was, but we weren't close.
Never worked in the same units at the same time?
No, never. Yeah.
Okay.
We just crossed paths here and there, and honestly.
Okay. Detective, I want to take you back to November 20th, 2016. Do you remember that day? It was a Sunday?
I do.
Okay. And why do you remember that day, sir?
Because on the 20th, Sunday, we were on a critical incident the entire Saturday night leading into Sunday morning, during which there was shots fired at a suspect, and we were required to go to headquarters upon being released from our responsibilities at the scene. And we had given our statements as it pertains to the shooting during that critical incident. And early that morning...
Well, let me stop you there for a second, sir. So you're saying that the early morning hours of that November 20th, that because SWAT was involved in an incident where shots were fired, it was required that it was looked into?
That's correct.
Objection leading, and he's repeating the answer of the witnesses almost every time.
Your Honor, he has gone into this issue, so I think I'm allowed to have the detective explain what happens when there's an officer-involved shooting involved.
Well, but not my, Your Honor. Let the witness testify to that. You just testified to the whole thing, right?
All right, let's get the question.
Can you explain to the members of the jury, you said there had been an incident the night before, why were you having to go down, or why were some SWAT officers required to go down and give statements?
Right, so we're off on the weekends, and if there's something that happens, we get called to respond because of our skill set, our training, the special weapons that we have training on. And in this particular incident, there was a barricaded suspect, and it started in the early or started in the late evening and then carried on overnight into Sunday. And so during that portion of time, there was a shooting. Two of our guys had to shoot the suspect that was involved in that barricade incident. And beyond that, that's when we had to go to headquarters as procedure to give our account of what took place during that incident.
So were you at the San Antonio Police Department on November 20, 2016?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Were you there when Detective Marconi was shot?
I was present. I didn't see what happened, but I must have left just prior to that, actually.
All right. Now, Officer Christopher Zygmunt, fellow SWAT officer?
Right.
Was he down there for the same reason?
Right. So there's a specific order under which these things happen. There's a limited amount of detectives that are able to take our statements as a result of the shooting, and so there's an order. And so there's kind of some downtime, some waiting time. If a detective's not available to help you take your statement, then you're sitting there waiting. So I gave my statement, and Zygmunt, he had given his statement after mine, so he was waiting, and I left just prior to him.
So, Detective, as a result of, or at some point after you went home on November 20, 2016, did you become aware that Detective Marconi was murdered in front of headquarters?
I did.
Okay. And in your role as a member of the SWAT team, were you called in to duty at any point on Monday, November 21st?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what role you played on the morning of November 21st, 2016? What were you doing?
We were assigned with the response of stopping and apprehending a suspect involved.
And did, as far as you were aware, was the SWAT team operating with instructions or information or data as to a suspect vehicle and a suspect for the murder of Detective Marconi?
Yes, to my knowledge, yes.
And where were you stationed, if you recall, for the first part of that day?
For the first part of that day, I vaguely recall being in the shallow west part of town, in the proximity of the Lincoln Courts, in an unmarked colored vehicle.
Now, I want to fast forward. Did there come a time on November 21st, 2016, when you were given an information that the suspect was seen and an attempt to stop him and arrest him was going to be made?
It was relayed to us over radio communication that the suspect was identified and seen in a specific vehicle. Make, model, and color were identified, and an arrest team that we had put in place as a result of a plan that we had prior had initiated an organized stop on that vehicle.
And have you previously seen the DPS video that was being recorded overhead of the stop, takedown, and arrest?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. Have you seen the vehicle that you are in show up there at the scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. How quickly after the vehicle was initially stopped did you arrive on the scene?
It was during the apprehension, or during the course of that stop. The officers had gotten out, my fellow SWAT team members had gotten out, and they began to descend on the vehicle as planned. And as they were doing so, we arrived, and I would say that was less than a minute, so we weren't too far behind.
When you say we, what vehicle were you in and who was with you?
Right, I was in another Tahoe, I believe, and I can't recall what I had documented.
Okay. Do you remember what other SWAT team members were in the vehicle with you?
No, I don't. Okay. I don't.
Let me ask you this. Do you recall what your duties were or what you did once you exited the vehicle?
Our responsibilities at that time, they would entail was just supplementing the team. The team charged with the takedown is using the element of surprise to attempt to apprehend the suspect at that time. And our responsibility just remains on hanging back and being in a close proximity, an effort they needed to have the suspect escorted to a separate area after the security of the vehicle that he was in had already been established to make sure there's no further threats.
So once he was Once the suspect was removed from the vehicle and placed in custody, did you come into contact with him at some point?
Yes. He was escorted by one of my teammates to the Tahoe that I was at, I believe, that I took to the scene. And then when he was placed against that vehicle, there was a preliminary pat-down that had taken place by one of my teammates, and then I took him from there. I escorted him from there to the patrol unit.
Okay. And what were your duties then when you escorted him to a patrol unit? What were your duties at that time?
It was just to ensure his safety. If my responsibility is to make sure that nothing happens to him from A to B. Meaning, like, if I'm going to take him from here to there, I'm responsible for his safety, to make sure he gets secured properly inside a vehicle, to make sure there's no further threats that exist in terms of his method of concealing any further weapons, to make sure that not only his safety is cared for, but also the other officers that are present at that time.
During the time that you were with him, walking him to a unit, and did you eventually put him into a car for transport to headquarters?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you say anything to him?
Not that I recall.
All right. Now, what was the procedure you used when you were getting him into the car, and per SWAT policy, what would you have done?
Well, there's an element of control, so we have to be certain that his safety, like I said, I'm charged with his responsibility at that time, so if he were to break away from me and then run off and get hit by a vehicle, that would be my fault. I have to maintain a certain element of control in that situation to make sure that he gets secured in the vehicle for his own safety, for my safety as well. So it's commonplace that I latched onto his bicep after he was cuffed. He was already cuffed at this point, so I latched onto his bicep just to ensure that I have a degree of control from A to B. And to the best of my recollection, that's what I had done in this specific instance.
And did you place him in the vehicle?
Yes.
Before you placed him in the vehicle, did you conduct another search?
Yes, I had to go to a little bit more of a thorough measure just to remove his shoes, to make sure that there's nothing that could compromise the safety aspect of the operation at that point, so make sure there's no concealment of a sharp object, knife, which we have encountered in previous experiences. So we had to remove the shoes, the socks, and double check the pockets and all those sorts of things to make sure there's no further threats to safety.
And you did remove his shoes?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, what did you do with his shoes after you removed them?
I recall having him sit down so he wouldn't fall, and taking off both of his shoes one at a time, conducting a search, and I didn't release. Obviously, I'm not going to get. I searched him to the best of my ability, but then I secured him in the back of the car, which is like the trunk, or it's a hatchback, so a little hatch area that would be in the rear of the vehicle.
Okay. And after you searched him, anything that you would have taken off of him, where would you have put that?
I would have stuffed that in his shoes, and that's uniform with every arrest that I make. I have those habits to ensure that personal property stays with the prisoner. So I don't ever want it to deviate and go to another vehicle and have questions about where that property might be located. And so if there's any contents, if it's not contraband, I put them in the shoes along with the socks.
And where did the shoes go then?
Oh, in the rear of the car, in the back hatch.
In the rear, when you say in the rear of the car,
like beyond the cage. So you have a caged area, which is the back seat, and then you have a separate cage, and then you have that back area, which is like storage, where the flares are and whatnot.
But just for clarity purposes, is this the vehicle that the suspect is in that's going to be transporting him to headquarters?
Correct. That's a police vehicle, and so that's where he was transported into my knowledge, and that's where his property and that's where he was.
So his property is transported with him to headquarters?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And one of the things I'm curious about is you talked earlier about SWAT training, and we've heard testimony there were a lot of SWAT members out there. Do you remember supervisors from the SWAT team being out at the scene?
I do recall seeing Lieutenant Trevino present, but that is all to the best of my recollection.
And you were dealing with somebody who had allegedly just killed the day before a fellow San Antonio police officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the members of the jury anything about how SWAT members are trained in order to deal with that kind of emotion when you're putting hands on or dealing with somebody accused of killing a fellow officer?
Well, it's very complex in nature, the way we have to acknowledge our emotions at that time. But it's priority from early on in our training, from the minute that we get accepted as a member of the team. Throughout the various aspects and any aspect of training, there's an element of emotional control, which is an absolute prerequisite. It's incumbent upon our execution because we cannot lead forward with emotion and deviate from any order of operations that may compromise our ability to be successful in the apprehension or just from the safety aspect of maintaining our own safety or the safety of the suspect that we're charged with the responsibility of apprehending.
So what happens if emotions do? I mean, why do you have to keep your emotions in check? What's the danger of letting your emotions override you?
Because we have a very specific method in which we execute our operations. And we, time and time again, we execute these in training to ensure a uniform response, and everybody accepts their certain role, and all those roles may fluctuate, and those responsibilities may fluctuate. We're dependent upon one another to respond in a manner that we can expect. And so we cannot deviate too far from that, and any emotion that may take charge of us may cause a compromise in that way, meaning if we deviated from that, from our training in that environment, we've compromised not only our safety, but also that of the suspect. And those kind of compromises, we know that we cannot afford, and that's why we are called.
Detective, were you aware that there was DPS aircraft up above in the air recording everything that happened with this takedown?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. Was the entire team aware of that?
Yes, we were.
All right. Did you hear any shots fired by any members of the San Antonio SWAT team during the interaction with the suspect?
No, sir.
Or any officer at all, whether it was the SWAT team, any other law enforcement agencies that might have been out there? Was there any gunfire?
No, sir.
Okay. And the individual that you took after he was cuffed, you said grabbed him by his bicep, directed him to a patrol vehicle, searched him again, took his shoes, put him in the vehicle. Do you see that vehicle in the courtroom? Do you see that individual in the courtroom?
Yes, sir, I do. He's right over there.
And if this individual is number 1, 2, 3, and 4, what number would be the individual that you placed in the patrol car that day?
Number 4, sir.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that the detective has identified the defendant, Otis McKane. Thank you. I have no more questions. Pass it over.
Thank you, officer.
All right, thank you. You're excused. All right, State, call your next witness.
You're right, this time the state calls Officer James Ivana.
You can have a seat. All right, I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Lower the microphone, make sure everybody can hear you. You can introduce yourself to the jury, spell your name for the court reporter, please.
James Ibarra, James Ybarra.
All right, state.
Officer Ibarra, how are you employed?
I'm a police officer with the city of San Antonio.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer with the San Antonio Police Department?
A little over 21 years.
And if you would, briefly tell the jury the various places that you've been assigned throughout your 21-year career.
I spent the first 6+ years on patrol, patrolling the west side of San Antonio, and the last 15+ years on SWAT.
What are your duties and responsibilities as a member of the SWAT team?
SWAT deals with critical incidents, violent crimes, violent criminals, situations that patrol officers aren't equipped to handle, that they'll call us in there to help them out.
And part of the reason why SWAT is called is because of the training that each SWAT officer goes through, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how extensive is the training that a SWAT officer goes through?
At minimum, there's a 60-hour basic SWAT school that everybody is required to attend. And then after that, there's continuous training. Through your whole SWAT career, it never ends. We have team training every week. Every piece of equipment that we have to deploy with, we need to get certified, we need to get trained on how to use it, and all that stuff. So it's never ending.
Okay, so you're constantly, there's constant on-the-job training.
Constant on-the-job training, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you've been a SWAT member, you said, for the last 15 years?
A little over 15 years. Actually, I'm sorry, just short of 15 years.
Just short,
Yes.
so almost 15.
Almost 15 years.
And were you a member of the SWAT team back on November 21st of 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you, on that particular day, did you have a partner that you were riding with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who is that partner?
Chris Sigmont.
And is that the same Chris Zigmond who testified about 2 witnesses ago before you? I mean, he testified in this courtroom.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, how is it, so with SWAT, are you assigned a particular partner, or it's just who you end up riding with on a certain day?
Both. We are assigned a partner, but sometimes your partner's off or just deployed in a different capacity. Did you end up riding with somebody else?
So on that day, on November 21st, 2016, was the SWAT team involved in watching or conducting surveillance on a black Mitsubishi Galant that was parked in the 1200 block of Calavera Street?
We were assisting covert officers who had surveillance.
Okay. And how were y'all assisting the covert officers?
Covert job was to watch the multiple locations that are identified as, linked to the suspect. If they were to see the suspect or anybody of interest, they would, over the radio, let us know. And then at a time deemed necessary or appropriate, we would go and take them into custody.
And why is it, though, that patrol would contact SWAT to take them into custody in a situation like this?
It was a capital murder case. The suspect was accused of shooting and killing a San Antonio detective.
And that's Detective Benjamin Marconi?
Yes.
Right. So after the vehicle, the suspect vehicle was located, the Mitsubishi Galant, in the 1200 block of Calavera Street on November 21st, 2016, was there any information from based on running the license plate or the VIN number of that specific vehicle where SWAT was able to learn the owner of the vehicle or the residence of the owner of the vehicle?
The second location that was under surveillance was off of Lebrano, I believe. It's on my report.
Okay. Would you like to see a copy of your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, Officer Ibarra, I'm handing you a copy of your report. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that your report that you wrote?
Yes.
Okay, and is that report part of SAPD assignment number 16253595?
It appears to, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the information from the Mitsubishi Galant, the registered owner, and the residents of the registered owner, was SWAT called out to that particular home as well on Lombrano?
Yes, the registered owner of that vehicle, the address that was given was 1236 Lombrano.
And did you in fact go to that location at 1236 Lombrano on November 21st of 2016?
Before the arrest?
Yes, sir.
No. I was part of the SWAT team that was supporting surveillance that was watching that house. So I was in the area but wasn't at the location.
Okay. And again, in the area, in case the suspect returned to the location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then they could contact SWAT to stop the suspect or arrest the suspect?
Yes.
Was there a time then, that afternoon, kind of late afternoon, that you received word that a particular vehicle, a white Buick Century, that the suspect was riding in that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you receive that information?
It was broadcasted over the radio that that white vehicle had left Lombrano Street and the suspect could be in that vehicle.
And at some point, upon receiving that information, what did you and Officer Zigmont then do?
The surveillance was giving updates over the radio, or actually giving everybody updates over the radio on the direction of the vehicle was leaving. We went and were, trying to catch up to that vehicle, and we ended up actually meeting up with that vehicle off of I-10 or 1516.
Okay. And when you said we ended up meeting up with the vehicle at I-10 and 15, FM 1516. Where is that located here in San Antonio? What part of town is that?
The east side of San Antonio, going towards, like if you go I-10 towards Houston, the city.
And how far away would you say that location is to the 1236 or the 1200 block or 1236 Lombrano?
10 miles, maybe. It was a good ways, good drive.
And so during the time that covert surveillance is being conducted on this, or following this white Buick Century, are radio updates being given to the various, whether it's SWAT officers or other officers conducting surveillance?
Whoever had visual of the suspect vehicle, I'm not sure if it was surveillance in the vehicle or surveillance overhead, they were given the updates over the radio.
And so at some point was a decision made to stop the white Buick Century?
Yes, the white Buick had pulled over into a convenience store. That allowed us to make up that distance to catch up to him. Then the surveillance had said that the vehicle was leaving the convenience store, came towards the direction that me and Chris Zigmont were in, and that's when we decided to make the stop.
Okay. And so do you know approximately how many SWAT officers were involved in the stop of the vehicle?
Maybe 10 or so, 10 or 12.
Okay, a large group, would you say, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously you didn't count each one. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I display a photograph?
Yes.
So, Officer Ibarra, looking at State's Exhibit number 308, is this the white Buick Century that you were referring to that the officers were conducting covert surveillance on, and the various SWAT officers and other patrol officers were receiving updates on where this vehicle was traveling?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said at some point, SWAT, there was a decision made to stop the vehicle and arrest the suspect.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And whose decision was that?
I was me and Chris Zigmont were in the lead vehicle. I was driving. When I saw the white Buick come underneath the underpass, I identified the license plate, and I could identify the suspect based on the picture I was given. And so I told Chris, that's him, and we turned on our lights and made a stop.
Okay. And you said you were able to identify the suspect. Where was the suspect seated?
The driver's seat.
And you said you were able to identify him based on a photograph you were given. Can you tell us more on that?
There was a picture that was given to us of the suspect. I believe it was after a traffic accident he had in the suspect vehicle. I could be wrong on that, but it was a picture of the suspect, and the picture matched the driver, and the car license plate matched.
And so the part of the reason for receiving or obtaining a picture of the suspect, is that a picture of his driver's license?
No.
Or a picture of him? No. And so when you received the picture of the suspect, the purpose of, so that you could then identify to see if that individual is in the car you're stopping.
Yes.
And you see the suspect, the individual that was driving the white Buick Century license plate HBJ 7366 that's shown in State's Exhibit 308. Do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Would you please point to him and identify what he's wearing?
Dark colored slacks, looks like a light blue t-shirt, a gray tie, glasses.
And you said a light blue shirt?
Button-down shirt.
A button-down shirt, okay. And where is the suspect seated? If the individual next to me is in position 1 at this table, where would the suspect be, the person you just identified as the driver of this Buick Century?
Position 4.
Okay. And so for the record, you've identified the defendant as Otis McKane, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So can you tell us briefly then about your role in the arrest of the defendant?
Pulled up, identified the license plate and then the driver as the suspect. Exited the driver's side of the vehicle, drew my pistol out, gave verbal commands for everybody in the car to show me their hands. They did. They were compliant. And as I stayed there at my vehicle, other SWAT officers approached the vehicle. I then went to the back seat of my patrol car, holstered my pistol, got my AR, my rifle out the back seat, and then came up and supported the other members of the team.
Okay. Is there a certain policy or procedure in terms of a takedown or an arrest in a critical incident like this, the arrest of a capital murder suspect?
I don't know which mean policy.
Or not policy, or just training. Are y'all trained how to arrest an individual for both the safety of the individual and the safety of the officers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did y'all comply with the training on that day, on November 21st, 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so was the suspect then, the person who you've identified as Otis McKane, was he removed from the driver's seat and handcuffed?
Yes.
So what were you doing? Did you search the defendant or did other officers do that?
I didn't search the defendant.
Okay. And so what was your attention focused on at the scene then? If other officers were removing the defendant from the driver's side and searching him, what were you doing?
After the driver was placed in handcuffs, we had the female passenger exit, got her out of the car. I placed her in handcuffs. There was an infant in the back seat of the car. I stayed with the female passenger until a female officer could come up and conduct a search, and then she was turned over to other officers.
And so you then focused your attention on, you said, the female passenger?
Yes.
And where is the female passenger seated?
The front seat.
And looking at State's Exhibit number 308, there appears to be a orange bag or orange purse that's placed on the hood of the car. Is that correct? Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
That obviously was done after the fact.
Yes.
Okay, it wasn't there beforehand, correct? Okay. And so when she was removed from the vehicle, you said she was seated in the front seat. I'm going to show you another photo that's been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit number 310. And can you just point to the location where the female passenger was seated?
On my TV?
Yes, and you can touch it.
It's The front passenger seat. I don't know if you can see it on the screen or not.
Yeah, I can see, can you just touch your screen, you can touch it?
I'm touching it.
Oh,
Okay, right there.
it's yellow,
Okay,
so
there it
it's-
is.
Okay, so that's where she's seated. And then what is directly in front of her?
On the dashboard is a cell phone.
I'm going to show you a close-up, State's Exhibit number 312. What is that a photo of, sir?
The cell phone was on the dashboard.
The one that's directly in front of the female passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit number 311, which has been introduced into evidence, a photograph, do you see the cell phone in this picture as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and also to the left of the cell phone appears to be a Chuck E. Cheese photo with a woman and a small child.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you recognize the individuals in this photograph?
The female's the passenger and that was in the front seat.
Okay, and then there's a small child in the back. Do you
Yes.
recognize that child?
I didn't really pay too much attention to the infant in the back seat
Okay.
as far as identifying her.
So your dealings were primarily with the front seat passenger female?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you given the name of the front seat passenger female when you spoke to her? Did you learn her name?
I believe it was like Carissa Phelps or something like that. I could be wrong.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit number 218. Do you recognize the individual in this exhibit, State's Exhibit 218?
Yes.
Okay, and who is the female that's shown in this Texas identification card?
She's the front passenger that I got out of the car.
Okay, Christian Chanel Fields?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this woman, you said, Ms. Fields, was seated, State's Exhibit 310, right here. Is that correct? The front seat
Yes, ma'am.
of that white Buick? And the defendant who you've identified in court was sitting next to her, but in the driver's seat.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you collect that phone, or did an evidence tech collect that phone?
I didn't collect it. I'm not sure who did.
Okay, but your job was only focused on her, and you said you handcuffed her. Where did you bring her?
I remained at the scene. I believe I took her to a different vehicle. I think it was one of the unmarked cars we had there, and just stood by there with her until somebody else would take custody of her. We were waiting for a female to come search her.
Okay. And did a female, when you said a female, you're referring to a female officer? is
Female
that-
officer, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did a female officer come to the scene and search her?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. And is that policy or protocol to have a female officer search another female?
Yes, ma'am.
And so after Ms. Fields was searched, where did she go?
I turned her over to another policeman, and he took, I'll say custody of her, but was able to transport her and the infant to headquarters. But right after I released her to somebody else, all the SWAT members there were asked to go to some apartments off of Lombrano to make sure those apartments were secure. So I didn't spend much time at the scene after I turned over Ms. Fields.
Okay. And so your entire time at the scene, other than shortly after the defendant was taken out of the patrol car, your attention was focused then on Ms. Fields and securing her and turning her over to another officer for transport.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you said you went to the Lombrano residences at 1236, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you go to another one in the next building over?
There were two side-by-side apartments, but by the time Zigmont got there, it was already done. We weren't needed anymore.
Okay. The apartments had already been cleared
Yes.
for purposes of CSI searching the apartment.
Yes.
Okay. All right, this time I'll pass the witness.
We have no questions. Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
All right, you're excused. All right, State, call your next witness.
Right. At this time, the state calls Sergeant David Anderson.
have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to swear you in.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
And if you can adjust the microphone, make sure everyone can hear you. Introduce yourself to the jury. Spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is David Anderson, D-A-V-I-D-A-N-D-E-R-S-O-N.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Sergeant Anderson, how are you employed currently?
I'm currently a lieutenant for the support services section of the Leon Valley Police Department.
Prior to working for the Leon Valley Police Department, were you a police officer with the San Antonio Police Department?
Yes, from 1987 to approximately 2017. I retired in early 2018.
And how many years with the San Antonio Police Department did you have at the time that you retired?
But right at 30.
And so you had a full career there before retiring and then joining the Leon Valley Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would, briefly tell us what positions you held during the time that you were with the San Antonio Police Department.
Upon graduating the academy, I worked patrol for a short time, and then into the original gang unit, and I was with the gang unit until I went to SWAT as a patrol officer or an operator, and then I was there for about 6 years, and then I promoted to detective, and I served there for about 8 or 9 years or so, and then I made sergeant, and I went to the tactical response unit and gang unit again as a supervisor, and then I ended up having an opportunity to go back to the SWAT team for my final 7 years as a sergeant on the SWAT team for SAPD.
So was your position on November 21st, 2016, your position in the San Antonio Police Department as the sergeant of the SWAT unit?
Yes, I was one of the sergeants, one of the supervisors for SWAT. There are 3 sergeants total.
So there's 3 sergeants, and is there a lieutenant?
And a captain, yes.
And a captain. And what was the lieutenant's name at the time?
I believe it was Lieutenant Jaime Trevino.
And do you recall approximately how many SWAT officers were assigned to SWAT back in November of 2016?
It was somewhere right around 30.
So going back to November 20th of 2016, you were made aware of the capital murder of Detective Benjamin Marconi. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so what was SWAT called out to do on whether it be November 20th, 2016 or the following day in terms of surveillance and eventually the apprehension of the suspect?
We were put on essentially standby. We were told that there was a suspect identified, and that they gave us the addresses in and around the Shallow West Side, Lincoln Courts area, and it was our job to come up with a plan as to if it came time to serve the arrest warrant and arrest the suspect in Detective Marconi's murder. And essentially what we did was staged nearby in multiple teams. And once the suspect was identified and it was verified that he was wherever, either in a vehicle or in a house or whatever, it would be the SWAT team's job to formulate a plan and to serve the arrest warrant and take them down. So we shadowed everything that was going on as far as the surveillance goes in the covert aspect.
Okay. And the purpose of shadowing the covert surveillance was what, sir?
But as it panned out, like it does a lot of times in instances like this where things change very fast, it's dynamic. You sit for hours and hours and it's like nothing's happening, and all of a sudden you hear, that's him, he's leaving, we got to go now. So it's one of those situations to where very dynamic, you got to be ready to act quickly on a moment's notice.
And so with the information received, SWAT ends up taking down or arresting the defendant, stopping the vehicle, and executing the arrest warrant at what location, sir?
It was I-10 East and I think it's 1516 or 1518. I'd have to review my notes. But it was the vehicle had left the location where Lincoln Courts area off of Lombrano, I believe. And they were, as I understand and as I recall it, they were trying to determine if the suspect was in fact in the car, maybe hiding or concealing himself. And so we had to maintain kind of what we were till we knew either or, where the suspect was. And then finally, as the suspect got through downtown and then eastbound on Interstate 10, it was verified. It was surveillance indicated to me that, hey, he's in the car. So we played catch up to get there and monitor. We listened to the radio and the aircraft surveillance, and then all the plainclothes surveillance kept an eye on him. And then when we had an opportunity, we basically blocked it in and did what we referred to as a vehicle takedown.
And were you present when the defendant was arrested and the SWAT members conducted a vehicle takedown?
Yes, my position was the driver's side rear window was my area of responsibility with the team to cover other team members as we approached the vehicle.
And do you see the individual that was removed from the driver's side of the white Buick Century that is shown in State's Exhibit 308?
Do I see the defendant? Is that what you're saying, ma'am?
Yes, 1 second.
Oh.
So take a look at State's Exhibit 308. Do you see the person who was driving this white Buick in State's Exhibit 308 in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And was that person placed under arrest pursuant to an arrest warrant for the capital murder of Detective Benjamin Marconi?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the person, you said you see him in the courtroom, please point to him and describe what he's wearing.
He's wearing possibly a light blue shirt and a tie, sitting on the end of that table across from you.
And so, for the record, you've identified the defendant, Otis McKane?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, where were you then? You said you were at the right, like the the driver's side back?
Yes, as I recall, I was on the right-hand side. Or I'm sorry, the driver's side. We'll call it the driver's side, rear behind the driver. And basically, the vehicle is sectioned off, and everybody that's there has a certain area of responsibility.
Okay. And what is the purpose of that?
To protect everybody, to make sure the whole vehicle is covered with multiple personnel.
And there was a distraction device that was deployed, is that correct?
Yes, light flash diversionary device, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and where was it deployed, if you recall?
It was deployed towards the bridge away from the car, so towards the back of the car and beyond.
And is that a common tactic that's used by SWAT officers when they are arresting a suspect on a charge such as capital murder?
Yes, in this case, we could be seen approaching by the suspects, and we knew that. And the thinking behind the diversionary device is if it's deployed in the back and that bang, and even if that flash, if they happen to be looking back that way, it throws them off and it gives them that shock. And they start thinking about that instead of what's happening in front of them. So we're just trying to draw their attention from us.
And the purpose of that is what?
But it's to protect the officers in case, as someone wants to use force against the officers, it gives us that edge, so to speak.
And at this time, when SWAT officers are approaching this particular vehicle that we can see, the Buick Century in State's Exhibit 308, do you all know whether or not the suspect is armed or not?
No, we don't. All we can do is go off of our intelligence and the information that we received. So we have to prepare that they are.
Okay. And you're dealing with the arrest of a person who is charged with having shot a police officer just the day before. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you don't know if they're armed. You're concerned for, obviously, for officer safety as they're approaching. As you as the sergeant and then the team that you supervise is approaching this vehicle.
Yes, not to mention other people that could be in the area because we didn't know where the takedown was going to occur. We couldn't pick it. This could have very well been in the Church's Fried Chicken across the street. So we have to take all those things into account when we're trying to do an assessment of, risk assessment of where, how we're going to handle a certain situation.
Okay, so the diversionary device was used as a safety tool,
Yes, essentially, yes.
essentially. And when the officers then removed the defendant from the front seat of the vehicle or the driver's seat and placed him under arrest, what did you then do, sir?
At that point, he was handcuffed and put into a vehicle. And then I then assessed what was going on around us and verified that we did have the suspect that we were looking for in custody. And at that time, the scene started getting larger and larger with more people coming to help. And as soon as I identified an opportunity, I directed two of my officers to put the suspect into a vehicle. And then shortly thereafter, I approached them and I told them, I said, I want you to take him directly to homicide. Do not stop for anything, and I will follow you. And we basically left the scene then at that time to CID personnel who were starting there, because once they get to the scene, they're handling all the investigations. The so-called tactical aspect is over, and at that point, I just wanted to get the suspect out of there and down to homicide.
So while the officers were at the scene and approaching this vehicle, the SWAT officers, were they dressed in marked SWAT uniforms?
Yes.
Similar to the blue uniforms that Officer Zygmunt, Officer Ibada wore today in court?
Very similar, yes.
Okay. And did you hear, other than the distraction or the device that was deployed, the flashbang, other than that pow noise or that bang that was heard when it was deployed behind the white Buick, were there any shots that were fired?
No shots were fired.
By anyone?
No shots by anyone.
Okay. And as a sergeant, if there were shots fired, what are you required to do?
At that point, a whole separate investigation has to take place, such as officers' guns being inspected and at some point even collected from them as evidence in an officer-involved shooting. That could be it, but it was. If the officers are involved in a shooting, it would have to be brought to my attention if I somehow didn't hear it or see it. But they would be required to let me know that they fired their weapon, and nobody did.
But you were in a position, by being right by that car, that you would have heard any shots.
Yes, I was within, I guess, 10 or 20 feet of the whole takedown team.
The entire time.
Yes.
Okay. And in your presence, did Otis McKane complain of any injuries?
No, I don't recall. He never said anything about any injuries.
Okay. And was Otis McKane, after he was brought, was he searched at some point before being placed into the patrol unit?
Yes, I'm sure he was.
And you said you instructed two officers, Officer Enfinger and Officer Mascoro?
Yes, yes, they were SWAT officers.
And did you directly supervise those two officers at the time?
Yes.
And what did you instruct those officers to do?
Well, I told them we needed to vacate out of the scene. It was starting to, a lot of people were there, and traffic was backed up, and there was a lot of spectators sort of thing, and it was. I just told them, I said, you need to get the suspect down to homicide. They're expecting him. And at that point, they pulled out, and then I followed them in my car also.
And before leaving the scene, when you were still at this vehicle at the time of the defendant's arrest, were there any other individuals in the white Buick?
I believe there was a female and possibly even a child, if I recall right. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Right.
But
it's in your report if
okay.
you want to take a moment. But you said a female
yes.
and a small child were also in this car?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any dealings with the female?
No, not at that point, no, because he was the one we had the warrant for.
Okay.
So he was
and so another SWAT officer dealt with the female, is that
yes,
right?
and until they would be turned over to CID personnel and other uniformed officers.
Now, you said you followed Officer Enfinger and Mascoro, as they left the scene at IH-10 and FM 1516, as
Yes.
they went or drove with the defendant to homicide?
Yes.
Okay. And where is homicide located?
The public safety headquarters there at Santa Rosa Nueva.
Okay, so 315 South Santa Rosa?
Yes.
Right. And so what was the purpose then, you being their sergeant at the time, to follow their vehicle as you left this scene and as the defendant was transported from this scene to homicide at public safety headquarters?
Well, there are really a couple reasons. Number one is they had a prisoner, and should something else occur, considering the magnitude of this case, should something else occur on the way to the HQ that they may have to encounter, they wouldn't be able to do anything. And I wanted to be there basically as an escort if something else turned up, to basically help them through that, because we can't stop and do other things with a prisoner in the car, like handle an accident or help somebody else with that sort of thing. So, and then also was the fact that I just thought it would be a good idea that way there to have extra eyes on the suspect while he's being transported, even though he's in a separate car. So to eliminate any kind of accusations that may come up that, hey, we did this, or we were accused of harming him or threatening or that sort of thing.
Okay. And so you were, would you say, Sergeant Anderson, at the time you were the backup vehicle to the Officer Enfinger and Officer Mascoro who transported the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And so as you followed the vehicle that the defendant was in, as he's being transported, were there any stops made?
No stops.
Okay. Did you see anything out of the ordinary as you followed the vehicle that the defendant was in?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. And was it just pretty much a direct route that they took from FM 1516 to IH-10 to exit 35 at police headquarters on Cesar Chavez?
Yes, and then made the circle and came back through the back entrance, garage entrance, and into, I believe it's level 4. It's been a few years since I've been up there, but that's where we took them in.
And when you say made the complete circle, what are you talking about, or what are you referring to?
Well, after the Chavez exit, you would turn right onto Chavez, and then you would come up to Santa Rosa at the light, take a left, and then go up to Nueva, and then take a left and go into the parking lot, because you can't turn in on Urban Loop because there's a median there.
Okay, so looking, sir, Lieutenant now, Sergeant at the time, right?
Okay, that's all right.
State's Exhibit number 1. Do you recognize what's shown in State's Exhibit number 1?
Yeah, yes. It's a map of public safety headquarters in the surrounding area.
So if you can use this map in front of you, State's Exhibit number 1, to describe the route that Officer Enfinger and Officer Mascoro took that you were following as they exited I-35.
Well, we would have exited, would have come down the ramp here off of 35, and where I stopped my finger, you cannot turn left there because the parking garage, the entrance to the parking garage is right here. So you can't turn left because there's a median. So what I mean by making the block is we went up to Santa Rosa, and then we would take the left on Santa Rosa and come up to Nueva, and then on to Nueva, and then on to Urban Loop to where we could come in to the headquarters.
Okay, and that's the route that you followed, Officer Enfinger and Officer Mascoro, who were riding together?
Yes, they were doubled up, and then I was in a single man unit behind them.
Okay, as they transported the defendant to homicide to be turned over to a homicide detective, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after the defendant was handed over to homicide detectives, what was your involvement then?
Essentially, we just collected everybody, got everybody together, and somewhat of a debrief of the incident, and discuss and do equipment checks, and then everybody sits and writes their reports, and then that's my primary duty at that point, is to make sure everybody documents everything they did, and then collect the reports and then take them to the lead investigator to make sure he has all the things documented that he needs for prosecution.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Lieutenant Anderson, thank you very much. No questions, sir.
Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Everybody okay on the jury? All right, State, call your next witness.
So our next witness is Detective Justin Knox.
Yes.
You may be seated.
All right, State.
State calls, I don't know if we need to call a witness or if we're just going to discuss it. I think we can, I don't know how I would like to.
We can make a proffer of what the evidence will be, what the witness will testify to that.
Oh, this is related to that cell phone?
It is, right. So this is related to Christian Field's cell phone.
Okay, that white cell phone.
So we have the proffer that the state would make is that when Christian Fields was arrested on, or stop, not, she wasn't arrested, when the defendant was arrested on November 21st of 2016, he was the driver of the white Buick Century. She was seated in the front passenger seat. The LG white cell phone was located on the dashboard directly in front of where she was seated. We know from State's Exhibit, I believe it's 266, I can check, but the DVD statement that she gave to Detective Duke that we watched in court yesterday, where she gave Detective Duke consent to search her phone. She also gave Detective Duke that the court heard her telephone number that is on the phone, and she said specifically that her number is 346-900-3385, and that's the number she gave Detective Duke. That phone was then extracted by Detective Brian Stoll, who testified about that phone, and the serial number, and he gave the court the serial number, and I can read that into evidence. He said it was a white LG, and the serial number on the phone is 608-BTTQS624924. You will then hear from Detective Justin Knox, who then, after the phone was extracted by Detective Stoll, he then took the information from the extraction and placed it into a Cellbrite report, and he will be able to tell you that the number of the phone is Christian Fields, the same number that Christian Fields gave to Detective Duke on November 21st, 2016 in her statement. The telephone number of 346-900-3385. And he'll also be able to tell you that the phone that he used, or that was extracted by Brian Stoll, that serial number is 608-BTTQS624924. The state is going to move to admit State's Exhibit number. Prior to Detective Stoll testifying, the state's going to move to introduce State's Exhibit 322, which is the white LG cell phone, and Detective Knox should be able to tell us that this phone has that same serial number. And this is the phone that CSI Jolie Emler testified earlier that she removed from the front dashboard of the white Buick Century. So you can see it where it was placed. We had testimony from James Ivada that the individual was Christian Fields, who was sitting there in close proximity to this phone. And then CSI Jolie Eimer testified that she collected this phone from the location that's shown in State's Exhibit number 310.
That's it?
Okay, so, no, I'm sorry. So that's kind of so what we're going to go into on the phone, is that part of our proffer? Is that what you'd like to hear?
Well, the thing, so far what you said, we wouldn't object to. It's if you attempt to offer before this jury any of the contents on that phone. That's what we object to at this time. And the reason is multiple. One is, I understand this may be Christian Fields' phone and property seized, all that, but she has not identified that she is the person who made those entries, to whom she made them, what the purpose of them were, and some of them, at the time before Christian Fields testified, I'm assuming she is, if she is, we're going to ask the court to appoint her a lawyer to advise her of certain rights and privileges that she has. It is not, the state does not have the right to advise her of that. We do not. The court does not. She's going to need to be appointed a lawyer to advise her. This could contain if she takes that, if she elects to maintain her privilege. And I have not seen privilege waived in this courtroom. The state has proven they were married. So everything up to what they said except the contents, we would like to have the right to find out what Christian Fields has to say about the contents.
Well, what we would ask, Judge, obviously the contents of the phone are what we want to elicit testimony in front of this jury. And so the contents of the phone, the state believes are, obviously highly relevant. If you want to, we can review the contents of the phone with you so you can make that determination as to whether or not there's any communications that may be privileged that the state cannot go into. Communications between she and the defendant that are privileged. We know the time that they got married, and so the court can make a determination if there are in fact privileged communications. And if there are, then obviously the state wouldn't go into that.
Well, I understand the state is taking a position that they're saying they're getting married. But under the laws of the state of Texas, a person can be married non-ceremoniously even if they don't know it. Under the laws of the state of Texas, often referred to as common law marriage. You can be common law married based on circumstances. And we haven't established that didn't occur between these two people prior to the ceremonial marriage.
However, there's no evidence before this court at this time that, excuse me, please let me finish.
Does Christian Fields have
There's
testimony?
right, but at this time, Judge, there is no evidence before you that Christian Fields and Otis McKane were married prior to November 21st of 2016 when they came down here to the Bexar County Courthouse and got married that morning. That's the only evidence before this court.
There are several people that testified to it, but one was Christian Fields, Judge, and that would take care of the problem completely.
Is the state going to call her to testify?
But, Your Honor, we don't plan on calling her to testify. Number one, if he's talking about a common law marriage, which it sounds like he's talking about, they have the burden to prove that. They have the burden to come forward to prove that. The other thing is, even if they're saying they were married, and a lot of the material that we want to go into occurred before there was a marriage. But even if they say, well, that she was his spouse, she consented. There is in the rule waiver. Once she started talking about these things, she talked to the detective. The judge saw that. You saw that, Judge. That was after she was married. That's called waiver. So they can't They can't go say, oh, claim that. One of the specific provisions of the rule is it can be waived if you talk about it. She was talking about all the significant events. This is waived, clearly.
Without Christian Fields, I question how the state's going to prove who made the entries in this phone.
And Judge, the other thing I want to address in terms of common law marriage that they're suggesting but clearly haven't proven up, but is that when this defendant and Christian Fields came down to the courthouse to get married on November 21st, 2016, you heard testimony from Joyce Mendoza, who asked both of these individuals, the defendant and Christian Fields, if they were married, and they both said no. They didn't say, oh no, we're common law marriage. They said no. And so that's the evidence before this court at this time, that they were not married up until the time they got married, somewhere around 10 a.m. or so, 10:15, 10 a.m. here at the courthouse on November 21st of 2016.
Did you address what they told Joyce?
I still insist, Judge, if Christian Fields didn't call, they can't identify, they can't say who made these entries they want to put into evidence. And therefore, there's absolute hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not hearsay. We're not talking about communications at all. We're not talking about anything where the truth of the matter is asserted. I'll proffer to the court what we want to go into. There were several searches made about the killing of Detective Marconi. There were several searches made about whether or not TDC allows for conjugal visits. Whether TDC allows for conjugal visits, those occurred the night it shows they were using the Econolodge wireless system. And this is the morning before they go in to get married, where they tell Joyce Mendoza the next morning, we're not married. Neither one of us has ever been married. Those aren't offered for the truth of the matter asserted. They're not communications. They're not assertions. They're queries. They're web searches. And I think the court can draw its own conclusion as to why either one of them would be putting in the night of the killing of Detective Marconi to be searching in 2 or 3 locations about conjugal visits in the Texas Department of Corrections. It's certainly relevant. The jury can draw their own inferences. There's clearly waiver by Ms. Fields, and besides, what we want to get into, the majority of which was clearly before they were married. Even if we want to get into things that occurred after they were married, there is clear waiver, and we can supply the court with the law on that.
So what you want to get into are text messages and searches on the cell phone?
Well, we want to get into web searches, Your Honor.
Yes.
Also, there are some text messages on the day of the 20th that the state would like to get into, and we can show you those on the phone if you'd like to see specifically what they are. But that's mainly what we want to go into.
If I understand this, right, Christian Fields' phone, and they want to offer what she was searching on the internet as evidence against this defendant. The prejudicial value highly outweighs the probative value because she's doing the searching. It's her phone. And now they want to hold that against the defendant, what this woman they're not even going to call as a witness was doing.
Yeah, when you're together at the Econolodge.
Who knows if they were together searching the phone together? She could have been in the restroom doing it. She could have done it outside. It's just wrong.
So, State, how would you establish that she conducted those searches on the cell phone?
Well, we would establish them because it is her phone. She told Detective Duke that this is her phone. She gave the specific number of that phone. That phone number corresponds to this particular number, State's Exhibit 322. This phone is also shown to be used at the Econolodge. She's logging onto their Wi-Fi in order to use it. We showed video evidence to the court of the defendant and Christian Fields entering the Econolodge the evening of November 20th of 2016. That they're entering into the room together. The room obviously is under her name, but he's there with her on the video. Additionally, she tells detectives she has this phone in her possession the next day as she stopped on that afternoon intersection of IH-10 and FM 1560. There's also numerous searches on this phone, as you'll see, Your Honor, where she is looking into how do you get married? How do you obtain a marriage license in Bear County? Where do you get married? You know, and she tells you, if we watch further on that video, she says, tells Detective Duke about the defendant saying, just Sunday, hey, let's get married. She goes, you know, I wanted to wait till the summer. Not once does she say a single time on that video, oh no, we're already married, we're common law married. She doesn't say that. She says that he brought it up that same day of the capital murder of Detective Marconi afterwards about marrying her. Also, there's images of her, there's selfies of her where she's taking pictures of herself on this phone. And so I think we can link it up through the telephone number, we can link it up through the images that she's taken on this phone of herself, and then we can also link it up that she has this phone at the Econo Lodge and in her possession when she's sitting right in front of her when she stopped at IH-10 and FM 1560 the following day.
Yeah, and Your Honor, I think it goes to the issue of identity and intentional unknowing, which we have to show for this killing. Clearly, if she, and we're not sponsoring Christian Fields as a witness because, frankly, I think Christian Fields knew what happened. So we're not sponsoring her and tell this jury, oh, you need to believe this woman. She knew what this man did. That's why she is searching for conjugal visits at TDC. And the jury can certainly draw that inference. There's only one reason that these two together at that hotel room are searching about not only the killing of Detective Marconi, and all these searches are occurring at the same time. The killing of Detective Marconi and conjugal visits at TDC. You certainly don't have to be a genius to connect what those mean. She had knowledge, he had knowledge, she knew, and that goes to identity, it goes to intent, and it goes to knowledge.
They want to impart her knowledge to him. She knows something, and so he must know it too. That's what he's saying. These are her entries. These are her pictures. It's her phone. And how what's on her phone, what she has done, can be imparted to the defendant on trial. You understand what I'm saying, right, Judge? I mean, this is like someone's wife doing all this research and the husband being blamed for it. That's what happened here. Christian Fields did all this searching, and they want to blame it on Otis McKane. What she did, when she did it, why she did it, we don't get to find out. It's her phone, her entries, not his.
Well, they do get to find out when she did it because it's on the phone. I mean, the phone shows you when she is making these web searches. It gives you the time and the date of these searches.
Let me review the text and the searches.
One case I want to provide to the court. Since the court has described the standard for authenticity as a liberal standard of admissibility, and that's Butler v. State 459, Southwest 3rd 595, at page 600 for the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals in 2015.
The case doesn't say you can let evidence that's not relevant in.
Let me see the searches and the text.
Give me a second, Your Honor, to get this. So we're going to publish it here for the court to see.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna conduct a 403. I mean, that's the defense's main objection.
If I may, Judge, just to make
Yeah.
sure that we list the proper objections, we're objecting under 402, Your Honor, that the evidence is not relevant in the cause of action against this defendant. Under 403, if it is relevant, its probative value is outweighed by its unfair prejudice or confusion of the issues. It lacks authentication, Your Honor. It's hearsay. It denies the defendant's right of confrontation pursuant to the Sixth Amendment as applied to the state to the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. It violates Article 1, Section 10 of the Texas Constitution, and Article 1.05 and Article 3823 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm considering Ms. Fields not testifying at this point, and the 403. I'll conduct the 403 analysis. I'll sustain the defense objection on the contents of the phone. Anything else?
That's it, but that's our witness that we had for the afternoon, Judge.
Okay, so you don't have any other witnesses for today?
Let me check, I believe we still have one.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize that we hadn't.
In that case, let's take a short break.
Okay.
May be seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time the state calls Officer Parker Morris.
Change witnesses. All right, I'm going to swear you. Yes. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
If you could introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Hello, my name is Parker Morris. That's Parkermorris, and I'm currently working as a San Antonio police officer.
All right, state.
Thank you. All right, Officer Morris, you said you're currently working as a San Antonio police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's with the San Antonio Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Prior to your current employment, where were you working?
I was a detention officer at the magistrate's office.
How long have you been with the San Antonio Police Department?
It would be 2 years this coming August since my graduation date.
And how long, from what time period, from when to when did you work as a detention officer at the magistrate's office here in San Antonio?
That would be 2016 to, I believe it was 2018 or early 2019.
When did you begin working there in 2016?
That was when I was 18 years old.
And when you worked at the magistrate's office, the detention facility here in San Antonio, what were your duties?
My duties were to ensure the safety of everyone inside the facility, to process individuals' property that are arrested, and to be able to search the individual to ensure that they don't have any contraband on their person before they see the magistrate.
And so was an individual brought into the magistrate's office or the detention facility on November 21st of 2016 that was identified to you as Otis Tyrone McKane?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see Otis Tyrone McKane in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what, if you do, please point to him, describe what he's wearing, and tell us where he's seated at this table.
He would be to my far left in a light blue long sleeve shirt with a, looks like to be a polka dotted black tie and blue slacks with black shoes.
And where is he seated in the courtroom?
It would be the very far left of me in the first chair to my left.
And so for the record, you've identified the defendant as Otis Tyrone McKane?
Yes, ma'am.
And who but prior to the defendant being brought to the detention facility, were you aware that he had been arrested and was being brought over by San Antonio police officers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how were you made aware of that, sir?
I was informed by my supervisors.
And you were informed that the defendant, Otis Tyrone McKane, was being brought over to the detention facility?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this would have been, do you recall exactly what time, or would it be on the magistrate services / detention center report?
It would be on the report, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Officer Morris, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 328. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is this document, State's Exhibit 328?
This is the booking sheet for individuals that are arrested and brought into the magistrate's office.
Okay, and this particular one in front of you, State's Exhibit 328, who does that refer to? Who is this referring to?
Otis Tyrone McKane.
And is his name, it says Otis T. McKane, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the top part of this form, who fills this part out?
The arresting officer.
Okay. And are there parts of this form that you fill out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And which parts do you fill out, sir?
I would fill out the properties section and any comments where it lists as DO comments and the detention officer portion and the codes on the left side of the paperwork.
Okay. And so looking at this form in front of you, State's Exhibit 328, does it tell us or tell you what time the defendant arrived at the magistrate's detention facility?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what time was that, sir?
26 hours.
Okay. And who brought the defendant to the magistrate's office that you saw?
It was a lot of SWAT officers.
Okay, so SWAT officers. And how, if you could explain to us, so the defendant was brought into the detention facility, and at some point, was he then handed over to you from the SWAT officers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your job, you testified, you told the jury, was to search him, right? You search him, you photograph him. And what's the purpose of photographing the defendant?
Our purpose of photographing the defendant was to, if we were unable to locate the individual, sometimes they are sleeping, and we have to make sure that we have to be able to identify them inside the cells to be able to know that's the individual whenever they are being taken to court.
Okay. And so when you said being taken to court, what does that mean in reference to the magistrate's office? You're not talking about court here, right?
No, ma'am. It was to be magistrated in front of the magistrate judge.
So the magistrate, so just so the jury understands the process, after a person is arrested and they are then brought to either the public safety headquarters, if it's the San Antonio Police Department case, to be interviewed, and then if not, they're brought then directly to the magistrate's office to be booked?
Yes, ma'am. If they have committed an offense and they have to be brought into the magistrate's office to have their Miranda rights sworn to be given to them, and the charges are being filed against them, and if they already are found on a warrant, they would be going over to 200 North Kamau, which was at the Bexar County Jail.
So prior to an individual being booked into the jail, they are brought to the magistrate's office in order to go before a magistrate.
Yes, ma'am.
And when they go before the magistrate reads them their rights, notifies them of the charges that they are the offense that they're charged with.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, if they haven't already been notified before, right? And then also sets a bond.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But prior to an individual being brought before the magistrate judge, is that when you saw the defendant, in this case, Otis McKane?
You mean prior to him coming to the magistrate's, ma'am?
Well, no, prior to the defendant going before the judge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that when you saw him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So kind of shortly after he came into the facility.
Yes, ma'am.
And is it customary that the individuals, in this case the defendant, but individuals that are brought into the facility are patted down for weapons, contraband, things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is the purpose of that?
To ensure the safety of everyone inside the facility.
And so, and also to ensure the safety, but to ensure that other items, such as, drugs, weapons, anything like that is not brought into the magistrate's detention facility, right?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay, so it's common, this pat-down search, even if they've been searched out on the field or elsewhere, they're also given a search there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was that your job on the evening of November 21st of 2016, shortly after the defendant's arrival, and you said he arrived at 21:26, so that would be what, 9:26 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so explain to the jury, if you would, what is this before or after the his property is accounted for?
I searched him before his property was accounted for.
Okay. And so tell us about the search. How did you go about conducting the search?
First, I took possession and control of the defendant, and I would have the defendant stand on the designated black square so we could take his photograph. After the photograph was taken, I would have him stand on a line to the left, or to the right, my apologies, of the black square where I conducted a search. And every detention officer has their own routine search of to ensure there's no contraband. And I did my thorough search, and once I ensured that there was no contraband on the defendant, then we would go with the property.
Okay, so you kind of just now you explained to the jury the process that you would normally go through. Is that the same process that you did with the defendant Otis McKane?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so how did you, if you'll just briefly tell us how you go about patting down the jury?
Yes, ma'am. I first started with around the neck area. It's the same as I would do for any individual. Then I would start with the neck area, go down to under the armpits, ensure that he doesn't have anything on his chest or his back, and then go to his waistline. After I finish with the waistline search, I go into the pockets, ensure there's no contraband in the pockets, have the defendant or individual separate their feet so I could search in between so there's no contraband in between their legs, and then the shoes.
Okay. And prior to conducting the pat-down on the defendant, this defendant, but also every defendant, do you ask certain mental health questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in this case, according to your statement, the defendant did not answer your questions. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, he did?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. And so after you ask the questions, are you asking the questions before you do the pat-down?
As I recall, it was during.
Okay, during. And during the pat-down, does the defendant make any statements to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what statements specifically did the defendant make to you or in your presence during the pat-down?
Yes, ma'am. He made it felt good to shoot him.
And you it seems like you looked at the report that you have next to you. What's the number of that report?
That would be State's Exhibit 328.
Okay. And you said the defendant made the statement, it felt good to shoot him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell the jury about that. Where was he looking? How loud did he say it? Can you give us some more information about when and how he made that statement, sir?
Yes, ma'am. It was during my search of the defendant, and it was loud enough for me to hear, but it did not. I do not believe that he intended for me to hear it. It was more towards himself, as I recall.
And how close were you to him when he made that statement? If you, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay. If you're patting the defendant down, and would you say, what is the distance then between the defendant and you when the words that came out of his mouth were, it felt good to shoot him?
With an arm's reach.
Okay, so closer than the distance between you and I at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you said he wasn't, where was he looking when he said it?
Straightforward.
And how loud did he say it?
It was as loud enough for me to hear it, but it still seemed it was pretty low.
Okay. And so upon hearing those words, it felt good to shoot him. What did you then do, Officer Morris?
I reported it to my supervisor.
Okay. And who was your supervisor at the time?
Sergeant Brewster.
Sergeant Brewster?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you immediately report it to your supervisor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did your supervisor tell you to do after you heard those words?
To document it.
Okay. And did you in fact document those words and put quotation marks on it in the report in front of you? State's Exhibit, what is that? State's Exhibit
328.
328.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Did you, after the, and the form, tell us about the form in front of you, the State's Exhibit 328. Does this form go with the defendant as the defendant goes through the magistrate and detention process?
Yes, ma'am, it stays within the facility. The original form will stay at the magistrate's office, and the copy of this form will follow them to the Bexar County Jail.
And so, at some point, did you also do a property inventory of the property that the defendant had on him at the time of his arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us about the inventory of the defendant's property that you noted on the report in front of you, State's Exhibit 228, 328.
Yes, ma'am. He came in with $321, a wallet, Texas driver's license, keys, and laces, his shoelaces, and Visa cards.
And 5 Visa cards, is that right? 5 Visa laces. Are the laces shoelaces?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that common that an individual's laces are removed for their shoes when they're brought to the detention facility?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they're separated.
Yes, ma'am, for safety reasons.
Okay. So you said he had $321 and then the other, a wallet, TDL, visas, and shoes, and keys.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you noted that on this form too, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so is there other parts of the form that you told the jury that you filled out? There's a code part or a classification part that you also noted on that form?
Yes, ma'am. I noted code 7 on the form.
And what does code 7 mean?
The murder.
Okay.
A murder charge.
Okay. And so are there various codes? You said there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. Each code represents what, sir, at the time?
At the time, I can recall that code 3 was HIV or any disease that we need to be aware of. And code 6 was referred to as sexually preferenced.
Okay.
Code 7, murder. And at this time, I do not recall the others.
But there's certain codes that the facility felt like it was necessary to be documented. So, and that documentation then travels with the individual. The copy of this form travels with the individual.
Yes, ma'am.
When the defendant made that statement to you, it felt good to shoot him. Did you say anything to him as a result of that?
Not that I recall.
And when you filled out this form, the one in front of you, State's Exhibit 328, where you notated that statement made by the defendant, was the defendant still in your custody and in your presence when you filled out this form?
As I recall, yes, ma'am.
I mean, it would have been, I mean, if he would have left your custody, you wouldn't have the form to fill out.
Correct.
Right, because the form, you said, once the form's completed, the original stays at the MAG office, but the copy goes with the defendant as he goes to the Bexar County Jail.
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, so is it your common practice when you fill out the form, including the statement, it would have been at the time the defendant was still at the magistrate detention facility?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, this time I'll pass the witness.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So today you're a police officer
Yes, sir.
with the city of San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
But back then you were a detention officer, which is not a peace officer per se, right?
Correct, sir.
And in you testified that Mr. McKane was brought in by SWAT officers of some sort like that, peace officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he's brought in, you have your routine and habit on how to search an individual, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that you asked those 4 mental health questions.
As I recall, I do not know if I did ask him the questions. I don't recall if he answered.
Okay, and then the search, the pat down is just to make sure that, you know, there's nothing that's going to hurt you or himself or anything like that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you testified that this alleged statement, it felt good to shoot him?
Yes, sir.
But earlier you said, and I may be wrong, okay, you said it felt good killing him. Do you recall?
I recall when I wrote it down, it was more fresh in my memory, opposed to making the statement with the detective, which I believe was 4 days later.
Okay. And today you testified that it appeared that Mr. McKane made the comment just loud enough for you to hear it, but like he didn't intend for you to hear it. Is that what you testified?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And you testified that you've previously testified in a hearing. Do you recall?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's this area where you're doing the pat down and there's a black line or something like that, right?
Yes, sir.
In this area, it's a pretty good room, you call it, a pretty good sized room, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have them in an area where you're performing your duties, correct?
Yes, sir.
And all the other personnel are about 15 feet back. You recall saying that?
Approximately 10 to 15 feet, yes, sir.
Okay. And you stated that it was loud enough for you to hear, but low under his breath, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And may I approach the witness just briefly on this?
Yes.
And so, I know that Ms. Strauch said you were closer than this. You said closer than arm's length, right?
Yes, sir.
So, now at the time, is Mr. McKane against the wall?
No, sir. He is handcuffed, standing on the black line.
Okay, and are you in front of him or behind him?
At the time, I recall being on the right side of him.
Okay, standing next to him?
Yes, sir.
So literally, you would be like if you were McKane and you're standing, this is your position towards him?
Closer where I can touch him so I can conduct my search.
Okay, so literally your chest would be right next to his arm, I would imagine.
Maybe a little bit back.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were barely supposedly able to hear this statement, correct?
Well, I'm going to object. That's not what he's testified to, that he could barely hear
Well,
this
Your Honor,
statement.
if he can answer,
It's not his testimony.
he can answer the question. He can say, no, I didn't say that, or yes, I did, or whatever.
Overruled.
Okay. I mean, you and I know the common sense terminology of what someone says under their breath. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's how you testified that Mr. McKane supposedly made this statement.
Yes, sir.
And since then, you have become a peace officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you previously tried to apply with the police department?
Prior to getting through, sir?
Yes, how many times did you try and become a police officer with the city of San Antonio?
I submitted one application.
Only once?
Yes, sir.
And then you went to the academy?
Yes, sir, after I got through the process.
And when did you go to the academy? When did you become a police officer? 2018?
August 2019, I graduated the academy.
Okay. Thank you, officer.
Thank you, sir.
I have a follow-up question.
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Morris, you testified to the jury, both on obviously direct and on cross, about the statement the defendant made. And you said it was under his breath. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just so we understand what that means, under someone's breath, was that statement, "It felt good to shoot him," loud enough for you to hear it clearly?
Yes, ma'am.
And that statement was made by whom, sir?
Otis McKane.
The same person you've identified as the defendant in this court?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll pass this on.
Just one brief thing. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. If you don't mind placing the document on the ledge.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome. All right, members of the jury, we're going to go ahead and break for the day. Tomorrow, we are going to resolve a lot of other issues related to other cases unrelated to this case. We should be done by about 1 o'clock, so I ask that you return no later than 1 o'clock. We'll go through until about 5:30. All right, have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 1.
All right, for the jury. You may be seated.